The second game of round 3 saw quite a few favourites step on the gas to secure their qualification for the fourth round and 2 extra rest days. Nakamura and Gukesh won their games, while a draw was enough for Carlsen and Dominguez. The main upset of the round was the elimination of Vachelagrev against Sindarov, while Vocaturo, who defeated Dubov yesterday in the first of the 2 games, secured a draw and will continue playing. Other top players with direct qualification this afternoon were Erigaisi, Keima, Maksudlu, Pragnananda, Robson, Sarana and Svein, while the likes of Caruana, Pionici, Giri and So will have to return tomorrow to tiebreak. Of the 32 matches, 19 will be decided in tomorrow's tiebreaks, an exciting prospect for chess fans. In the women's section, Robers won for the second time in a row, and with a 2-0 score, progressed to the fourth round, the same as Salimova, who also scored her second win. Meanwhile, Batsiashvili, Hampi, Chuwenjun, Pets and Chuvalova won their games on demand and will continue in the event. After surviving a completely lost position yesterday, Anna Muzichuk also qualified with a clear win against Ushenina this afternoon. In the fourth round, she will face her sister, Maraya, who won her second game in a row today. Goryachkina played it safe, secured a draw, and also qualified for the fourth round. Other favourites such as Dronavali, Kostenyuk and Zhu Jiner will also return tomorrow to play out the tiebreaks in an attempt to join the rest of the field in the fourth round.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the live broadcast of FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan. I'm Irene Sukandar.
And Mateusz Bartel.
Yeah, and we'll be bringing you a very thrilling day of the tiebreak for round 3. And we will have 19 matches in the open and 4 matches in the women's section. And 46 players will be determined to go through to the next round. So only 23 of them will be going through the fourth round. What do you think, Mateusz?
Well, it's already very, very interesting before the start. Of course, we will see a lot of battles. It will be difficult to focus on some games because in rapid chess we will be not able to follow everything.
Right.
But I am looking forward to many, many matches because at this stage we still can see huge upsets in rapid matches. There are surely some favorites. But as the control gets shorter, everything can happen. And even in classical chess, those matches were not decided. So it wouldn't be very surprising if one of the top 10 players or more than one of them would be eliminated today.
Right. And on the screen, we see the tournament table of the open section. Fabiano Caruana, our rating favorite, will take on Mustafa Yilmaz on the tiebreak. And Ian Nepomuceni, another rating favorite, will be facing the local hero, Mamedov Rauf. Anish Giri will be also facing another Azeri player, Abbasov Nijad. Wesley So will be playing also the tiebreak against Musart Jules. And Timur Rajabov, this is also one of the most favorite of all, will be taking on Santos Latasa Jaime. And also Lee Quang Liem, Vietnamese #1, will be playing against former world champion Ruslan Ponomariov. Wei, the Chinese prodigy, will be taking on the veteran Ivanchuk Vasil. And Anton Karabov will be facing Sanal Vahab, who eliminated Abdusattorov. Nikita Vidyugov will be playing Berkas Fereng. And another Indian top player, Vidit Santos Gujarati, will be playing another German top player, Matthias Blubom. And in the women's section, we see Alexander Kosteniuk, our reigning World Cup champion from 2021, will be playing Teodora Injac. And then Tan Zhongyi. This is also another surprise because we expect that Tan Zhongyi would lose yesterday, but she showed her masterclass skill and will be facing Narfa Mai in this tiebreak. Harika Dronavali, the only hope of Indian in this round, will be taking on Lela Jafikishvili. Zhu Jiner will be playing against Osmak Yulia. And that's all. Wow. We have 23 matches. This is also a very high number, yeah? Like what you said, statistically, it's going to be roughly about 50% from the original matches before.
Yeah, and that's not too surprising.
That's not too surprising.
And that's also very good news for the viewers. They can enjoy a show. I am pretty sure we will make it into the 3+2 section. Some
sure
matches won't be decided within 6 games today. Maybe 7th, maybe 8th game will be needed. It is very different. I was thinking before today's live show how it differs to normal rapid games, because I feel that World Cup match is not anything similar to regular rapid games like on World Rapid Championship.
Right.
Because when we play a game at World Rapid Championship, you just are paired to the random player. Let's say, okay, you know them because if you are, I don't know, Fabiano Caruana, you know Jan Nepomniachtchi pretty well. But anyway, you meet him on at round 6th or 7th or 10th, and you have no idea beforehand.
Right.
But here, you know your opponent, you already made your preparation for 2 rounds with white, with black, and you have this preparation in your head. So it's completely different environment. Preparation is heavily involved. So the better prepared player still has some advantage in a rapid time control, especially this 25+10.
Right.
Because now it's not just like random game. You come and play whatever. Yeah, you have some preparation. You have something in mind. You know what can work good, what can not. And I'm also interested, it's always kind of strategy. If you repeat the opening you tried in a regular time control, or no, you go for something else because you are not happy with what you got in a long time control. Also, I mean, there is a huge difference in time, so some people goes for some offbeat lines just to
try their opponents, right?
Exactly. So there are many different approaches and but also there are matches when every game sees exactly the same and some small improvements. So I am really looking forward to see what people will come with, because it's just very interesting to follow. The problem is that we have 19 games in male section and 4 in women, so very hard to follow up everything.
Yeah, well, it was very useful to have a direct insight from the player himself, such as you, Mateusz, because you also unfortunately lost in the tiebreak, and it was until the 3+2 section even. It was a quite long tiebreak against Alexander Donchenko.
Yes, exactly. It was very interesting because we were both changing some concepts at some point of the match, because he started his games with e5, later after my e4, later he played Sicilian with c5. With white he also begin with d4, and even despite having good positions, he switched to c4 with shorter time control, because maybe he thought when there is a blitz, it's better to play something else. You sometimes you change your strategy just I think like spontaneously, because the match goes wrong. You have no time to go to your room, because sometimes there is no time for that. You just sit on the playing hall. You just think, okay, let's go for that. It will be what it will be. So yeah, it's very interesting. And also I think you are not allowed to bring some seconds to the playing halls, because sometimes it was possible. So a friend was coming, saying something, do this or that. Now you can come back to your room, but as I said, sometimes you have no time because it's just like 10 minutes or something. So if you go to your room, I mean, you are just there and you should already come back to go through the security control. So there is just not always enough time to do that.
Yes, exactly. Yes, and we see on the screen the chess fans are gathering in the far end of the camera, waiting for their favorite players to arrive on the board and get ready to play their first tiebreak matches. And just a friendly reminder to our dear viewers, the players we will be playing 2 games of 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if the score is still tied, they will continue to the second section of the rapid, that is 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And another tie, if there is another tie, and then they will play the blitz section of of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds, 2 games of the blitz section, and then if there is another tie, unfortunately we don't have Armageddon, because I kind of like, Armageddon is kind of like, it is so
It's great to
dramatic.
watch, not so great to play.
Not so great to play. I agree. Yeah. So instead of the Armageddon, we will have the 3 minutes plus 2 seconds blitz section, and
Until someone wins.
until we have a winner. Yes, we see in the camera it's Harika versus Lela, and then in the far end it's Osmak versus Zhu Jiner.
The tricky part of this tiebreak is that with every single, let's say, part, every 2 games, the control gets shorter, and it's very, very huge task to adapt to the changed time control. And because with 25 plus 10 you still have a lot of time. It's it's maybe not a classical chess, but it's somewhere in between. Yeah. While 10 plus 10 you cannot like spend 7 minutes on your move or something. While in 25 plus 10 after the opening you still can do that. And later there is 5 plus 3. 5 plus 3 after playing such a long games, it's very tricky. You can easily realize that, oh my god, I have 15 seconds left and just plus 3 seconds. So it's extremely tricky and very, very challenging. So that we can also say that no one is really trained for that, because such matches happens usually in the chess world once in 2 years.
Yes.
That's it.
That's right. And we have a lift-off. And I think we will soon have on the screen the board of the Yilmaz Mustafa versus Caruana. And in the first 2 classical matches of their encounter, we've seen so many dramatic moments. The first game, Caruana missed a winning chance, and also followed by Yilmaz Mustafa on the next game. So we'll see how they come up with their rapid games this time.
But we already see that Fabiano has completely different approach. Yesterday he went for different structures. Today it's a Queen's Gambit declined. Maybe it is also because of the fact that this is the first game and he played it with black, because in a classical part he played first game with white, the second with black, so it probably also is meaningful for his choices.
Right.
Here we switch to with a different move order for some structures of Ragozin defense. Knight is on e4, which is already kind of challenging. Of course it's all theory, but there are nuances, because usually, if I am not wrong, this position can be on the board with queen on d1 and knight on b8, and now you have to understand what are the differences. It should be good for white, to be honest.
Yeah, because usually we have bishop f5 on the board.
Because there is no bishop f5, knight should be slightly worse placed, but if Fabiano went for it, it's like 100% his prep, and I'm pretty sure he knows what he does.
Yes, he's blitzing his moves.
Yeah, knight d2 was played, and take. Now, this is very let's say playable position, because already black has 2 bishops, while white is probably having a slightly better pawn structure. This seems to be a weakness. But what can be said about Fabiano? In every game he tries. Like it's not like he's not trying to dry the game out just to make a draw or something. He looks for a game with not so good effects, actually, because yesterday he was maybe even better, but later he was just lost.
In fact, yesterday it was a game that he actually replayed against Sargsyan, and in that game, he chose he chose the very same line, but unfortunately he lost that game. So it was kind of quite, a counter strategy to repeat the game that you actually lost on that line on.
There are different strategies. I know players who likes to choose the openings. The opponent plays with another color or something. That, for example, you should feel confident about that, but you are not. And there are different strategies when you know what your opponent does with different colors also, yes. You can provoke him, you can invite him. Once there was a case in Polish Championship that Radek Wojtaszek won some very nice game with black, and in the very next round, young Krzysztof Duda decided to play the very same opening with black versus Radek. So Radek won this game with black, and he had to face the same line with white, without success later, it turned out. So very tricky psychological approach, because you feel like it should be good, you should know that, but it can be not so easy later on.
Yeah, this is what I like about tie breaks. It's not only to show how mastery you are in certain opening preparations, but also there are some specific strategies there in facing your opponent, because, as you said, some preparations were already made before that. And now it's up to them whether they want to keep doing the same things or they divert and play some different stuff. It's so much about psychology, because you know that you can be eliminated in every game, almost every second game, and it puts a lot of pressure on you. It's really something what can't be compared to any other tournament, and I think you have to possess some special skills to play very well those tiebreaks. But there are people who are constantly winning them, and they should say what is crucial. Right. Shall we look at other games? Is there any interesting development in any specific games?
I am trying to check some interesting game, but I can't see anything extremely thrilling yet. I can't see any blunders.
There is one interesting preparation. It's been known already, but this F6 is quite trendy these days too. And Peter Svidler apparently employs it on his first game against Jordan van Voorst.
That's interesting. I actually wanted to say that Peter is one of the specialists how to play tiebreaks. I also checked the rapid ratings of many players. Actually, Peter is having quite good rapid rating, 27-37.
Wow.
Which is pretty okay. While Jordan has 26-59. So while in the classical time control they are almost equal, in rapid Peter has a better rating. But the tricky part is that those ratings in rapid chess are not always so representative. It really, because many people doesn't play that much, and quite often it really depends where and with whom you are playing, because if you go for some random open tournament, it's very easy to lose a lot of rating, and not to get it back. So it's not always significant factor. For example, a local hero Teimur Rajabov, whom I always considered to be a strong rapid player. His rapid rating is below 2700. I couldn't understand what happened. Because I would rather bet
he just simply doesn't play much.
2750 or something, and suddenly he's 2686. So that's tricky. It would be better to know that if those ratings were more representative, but it's tricky with them nowadays. But the surprising thing is that after 6 moves in this game, Peter lost 6 minutes. It's already a lot. And he doesn't know what to do, because let us show what happened. It was exchange slaved f6. You don't have to play this move, but people sometimes plays it, and bishop d2. Now white want to say that this is useless move, or weakening pawn structure and so on. I remember it pretty well. It was twice exploited by rivals of my Czech team in European Club Cup in 2 consecutive years. In 1 year, Ivan Ivanisevic beat Alexei Shirov with it, and thus it was very important for the match victory of our opponents. And the very next year, Viktor Lažnička lost to maybe Viktor Michalewski. So our team was twice beaten with this line because our players thought, okay, bishop g5 can't be serious, and it turned out that it creates some problems. Maybe, as we see in Peter's game, he thought as well, come on, I am experienced player, I will deal with this plan bishop g5, bishop g2, what it can be. But 7 minutes down, it's already significant advantage from practical point of view.
Yeah, exactly. And we know that Jordan has always been known as a very creative player as well, and that is why I think that's part of the reason as well that he was in the team of seconds of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, now the crucial move is e5, and there is some theory, because if I play e3, then there are some options like ed4, maybe it's already problematic because then can be some checks. You can lose this pawn, but when you are surprised, you are reluctant to play something like e5 because it can lead to some forced line, especially in rapid chess. You won't be able to compete with it because your opponent will blitz out the moves. But if Peter would go something soft like e6, then he just gives a stable plus for his opponent, and it's not really what he wants, but maybe finally he will go for it, like accepting that he is slightly worse, and I would say that even it should be the best approach, just to play something and not lose in some forced line.
Right. Yeah, there we see in the camera, Peter is still thinking and thinking, trying to come up with something. So this should come as a shock for him, because otherwise he would have played his move much faster.
Yeah, very. It went really the worst scenario in these 7 moves for Peter. We will see actually 6 moves. We will see what he will come up with. Let's maybe come back to some top-level games. Rauf Mamedov, Jan Nepomniachtchi is quite calm. That's actually another encounter which is very interesting from that point of view, that Rauf is well-known rapid and blitz expert, but at the same time his ratings are pretty low. I would also expect him to be around 2700 in blitz, or at least in rapid, or at least in blitz, but now he's rated around 2620 in all-time controls. But I'm pretty sure it won't be an easy match for Jan.
Yes.
If I would be to name the match which will go very far, that one would be this one of my this one would be one of my top picks that Rauf will find very, very well, and possibly he would be even victorious. Now we have the position which is definitely slightly better for white. Pair of bishops, potential option of creating a passer. This is not anything significant, of course, because there is d5 square. This bishop on diagonal can be good. Knights should be able to fight with the bishops. I don't know, knight d5, knight c5. But still, if to play, definitely you would choose white.
Right. Yes, this pair of bishop and majority of pawns in the queen's side. I think that's quite some edge there that Mamedov Rauf has. So queen a4 is on the board. I think the strategy is quite easy, probably. I think after this, just rook d1, rook c1, just the basic stuff. And then we play chess. Yeah,
that's also interesting, because I totally agree that my first intention would be to go rook d1, but I wouldn't be surprised if computers would say something like rook c1 or even b1 sometimes, just because not often putting the rooks in the most natural squares in those positions is good, as rook on d1 is always limited by the knight. So sometimes it is more optimal to put rooks in some artificial way, but I mean, it's a rapid chess, so no one will really think about something which looks strange. You rather put your rooks in the central files and you hope for the best. Anyway, it is.
It's rook AC1.
Yeah, it's
that
rook,
he chose.
rook AC1. Probably he will later decide where to put the other rook, but maybe he is not in hurry. Maybe the rooks would change. The swap of rooks is also not impossible. But I think it is what Jan played.
Something with
A5 he played. Probably that's a
A5.
good move, because let's say you play, I don't know, rook. You maybe even had no wise move. Okay, let's say you play knight b6. Yes, then maybe I will put even
Queen G4 even.
queen. I wanted even this just to play, I don't know, a3, b4. Slowly, the pawn on a6 is very weak, so that's why he went for a5. And maybe now he is preparing knight b6, a4, some push to exchange pawns, to make some pressure. He knows what to do. But as you said, the queen g4 also can be at some point an option. Now, when you go here, we go here, and there is some threat. You have to be very, very careful with black. I wouldn't like to play this position in rapid chess, especially versus Rauf Mamedov, who is very tricky player.
So things are looking good for Rauf Mamedov, and lots of fans are cheering on the Azeri players today.
Yeah, 3 Azeri players. It's a lot
Azeri,
in
yes.
tie breaks. Well, so let's move to Anish Giri, Nijat Abbasov, so another local player fighting. And actually, this is another match which can be very interesting because Anish is not extremely strong in rapid time control. At least his rating is 27.05, which is very low.
Yes.
Well, he is well known from very deep opening preparation, but it's not so easy in rapid to show all your skills. As we already discussed in a World Cup, it's slightly different because you still can be prepared somehow. And maybe it will play a role, but the position on the board is by no means better for white. So Nijat is probably quite happy. He keeps pair of bishops. Okay, he gave a pawn. Yeah, it's a pawn down if I am not mistaken, but I would prefer black, to be honest.
Wow. Yeah.
This pawn is not so important, and I mean it's very easy to go wrong. Like this pawn can be lost in a way.
Also, a3 pawn is quite weak. Yeah, so it's totally a compensation for the pawn that Nijat is giving to Anish, and a pair of bishop, as you mentioned, and I think better center as well for black.
The tricky part, well, maybe not the tricky part, but the usual thing in shorter time control is that it's much better to have initiative. If you are pressing, if you know what to do, even if objectively your position is not good, it gives you always some extra options, because the natural reaction to attack is to defend. Yes.
Yeah.
So while sometimes you should counterattack, you shouldn't be afraid, you shouldn't be scared. So
just be intuitive. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why we are saying that some lines are good for blitz or rapid, because you give some material. In classical time control, you don't care, you just calculate, you defend, and that's it. But when you have 30 seconds and you have to play 10 precise moves, oh, I'm sorry, that's too much. And here I think Nijat should be extremely happy, because the position objectively is probably balanced, but he will somehow put his pieces in the center and hoping for the best, while I have no idea what Anish can do, like what will be his next moves. Even if we exchange all the heavy pieces, the end games can be inferior because of this a3 pawn. So while it is probably equal, I wouldn't like to play it. So maybe Anish will prove me completely wrong. He will show that there is some good plan and he knows what to do, but I would be scared.
Well, meanwhile, we can take a look quickly at the stats of Anish Giri. Anish Giri from Netherlands, #1 Dutch player, has played in the World Cup for 5 times, and his last World Cup in 2021 unfortunately got eliminated by Nordirbek Abdusattorov in the 3rd round. So if he could advance in this round, it's already some improvement there in the previous result.
Yeah, he's lucky that there is no Tiebreak, so he won't be eliminated. But Anish was doing quite okay in those chaos. So maybe once again he will be able to show. Meanwhile, on the very next board, Wesley saw. I think he's still playing on the scene. Wesley Saw is not doing extremely well, but what is going on with him, I don't know, because to see Wesley playing b3 first move, it looks like something is, I don't know, he is well known from opening preparation. Maybe he bought some course by Adiban,
yeah.
or that was the reason, but I mean, very strange choice, and Jules must have been extremely happy to see this. He gave up the pawn on move number 4, but he was prepared. So you give up the pawn for the initiative. Very interesting choice. Very interesting choice, because as we said, you want some initiative in rapid chess, and definitely black has some initiative. We see that Rooks has control over those files. There is bishop, which is not really pleasant to fight with, and king is also weakened. So while objectively still probably balanced, it's very tricky position. Although actually I don't know how about you. Being white, I would be moderately happy, because I would believe that maybe I can somehow parry out all the initiative. I would believe in the knights. If there is nothing quick, maybe in long terms you can easily consolidate and later may make a plus of this extra pawn.
Yeah, I think white has no choice but try to consolidate everything.
He gave a pawn. Why did he give a pawn? What is the reason? E4, bishop. Okay.
You cannot take it with the knight. Yeah, just a very quick tactic there. A checkmate on a1.
Okay, so I
give
would believe in white's chances unless I would lose a pawn. Then I wouldn't believe in my chances.
Yeah.
But you can take a pawn, but you can also play for this trick. If you want. I don't know if it's good or bad, but as we see, Jules didn't take a pawn immediately, so he is considering b5 move, because d4 is weakening. I mean, this is maybe already lost. You are losing maybe 2 pawns, because d4 is also unprotected. Yes, that's why he thinks.
Yeah. So Wesley hasn't really been playing well in this World Cup against his match against Emre Can, and then 2 quick draws, well, relatively quick, against Musa Jules in the classical, and then something is happening, yeah?
Well, I don't know what is happening, because this b3 choice is like, I cannot explain that. I would really like to hear from Wesley what made him to play that. Is he bored with opening preparation or whatsoever? Because it was always his huge skill to be well prepared, and when he plays b3 first move, it looks like he just wanted a game, but as we see after 5 or 4 moves, it was black who was probably happier. So very strange choice. But okay, it's far from over. It's just a normal game.
Right.
Though I would expect something completely different from the American player.
Yeah, b3 is indeed a peculiar choice by Wesley. But we never know what's in his mind. So maybe let's take a look at the game of Rajabov versus Santos Latasa Jaime.
So another local hero. So by ratings, by rapid ratings, they are almost probably equally rated. That's my guess, although I didn't check what is the Santos rating. But he's just a very strong player. Yeah, 26-45. So there is almost no difference in the rapid chess. And I think it will be another very, very close encounter. As Jaime is just doing very, very good lately.
Yep. So all the hopes for the Azerbaijan players are currently in the open section. We saw a very, very dramatic finish last night. Ju Wenjun almost got defeated by a local player, Fatalieva Ulvia. It was a dramatic 6 hour of my life, to be honest.
It must be very disappointing for Azerbaijan women that they all got eliminated at early stage. If I am not mistaken, the ladies team of Azerbaijan got much better in last few years.
Yeah, I agree.
Because some 10-15 years ago they had a very strong open team. I mean, the open team was very strong with Rajabov, with Mamedjarov, with late Vugar Gashimov, with Rauf Mamedov and Vasif Durarbaili or Eltaj Safarli. They were always fighting for first places, while women was usually not doing that great. But now it has changed because there are several players 2400 plus, and they are very competitive. Though you would believe that at this stage that there is at least one player from the local country, especially that they were many in the competition, but they were all eliminated. That's heartbreaking in a way, especially after the match of Ulvia Fatalieva from yesterday.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate last night. Any specific games that you'd like to take a look?
Yeah, there is interesting moment in a Paco Vallejo game, so we can go there because it seems like the Spanish player is somehow on the verge of losing with white, which is pretty surprising after 12 moves because it was some gambit or something. I don't know what even the name is. But that's definitely the choice for the rapid chess. You just want to trick your opponent. But Paco didn't get much after the opening. Very nice pawn sacrifice by Andrei Sipenko. And now computer claims that after taking on d4, which happened because we see that knight is on d4, black is very, very good. What is the trick? Because I don't know. Probably this and knight e5 simply. You are collecting the bishop, and maybe there is even no good square for your queen now. Because if you go here, there is also bishop g4 move, and after this, there is some huge tactic involved, like knight rook f8. And everything is hanging.
Just take on c4, yes.
Everything is hanging. I mean, we gave a piece at the moment, but probably you have no moves. Though it is not so easy to find over the board. But as Andrei went for it, okay, he can go also knight c4 and being moderately happy with that position, but it is not decisive yet. You can look for more. And what is if queen goes to e4? Just queen c4? Not allowing to castle, and after queen takes,
bishop g4.
Just
takes
this.
Yeah,
you just
and
take
gets
the
the rook on
material.
a1.
So it's extremely suspicious, extremely risky, because not only the king, but also this file, C file, is vulnerable. So Paco can be in huge problems. He has just 10 minutes on the clock. He is on the verge of losing with white pieces. And Andrei did very well in Sochi 2 years ago. He got eliminated by Magnus Carlsen in an extremely nervous match in round number 4 or 5. 4, I think. It was 5-3 for Magnus after the tiebreak. So Andrei is also capable of going very, very far.
Definitely one of also the biggest hope among all the prodigies. And there is some draw alert coming up. Grandelius versus Amin Bassem. They've been drawing all their matches, and now this is the first rapid game that they played. It looks like it's close to the final result.
And also Etienne Bacro drew with Yu Yangi. We see it on the screen. They just finished their game. Both results are not surprising, as we know, as we told yesterday. Amin played a friendly match with Grandelius this year, so it doesn't mean that they are very peaceful towards each other. That just means that they know each other very well, and it won't be easy to show anything special. And they are both extremely well prepared, and the games can be really close. While Etienne Bacro is very well known for many years, he's a player who is in the top, I don't know, for almost 25 years or something like that. Extremely experienced player. In last years, he was a second of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So he knows current theory. He is, of course, very strong, experienced player, and he definitely can outplay Yu Yangi. 2 years ago, also like Andrei Esipenko, he got eliminated by Magnus Carlsen, I think. So he also made it quite far.
Right, and there's some interesting development actually, in the game of Anish Giri versus Nijat Abbasov, because we expect that it would be quite an easy game for Abbasov, or maybe it still is, but
it is easy, but it will be a draw, because now the material is equal, and Anish simplified the position, what is probably not making him too happy, as he wanted to create something. But on the other hand, this is the match, so as long as you are not losing, it's usually quite okay.
Right. As you mentioned yesterday, you just want to keep the hopes until the end, right?
Well, I also have a feeling that it's extremely important to be stubborn and fight until the end, because quite often your opponent is even more nervous than you are, even being completely winning, because it's an extra pressure. You see that you are, I don't know, a piece up, and it should be easy, but then I mean one problem, another problem, and you get nervous, stressed, and so on. So just keep on playing and have fun.
Exactly. And on board 6, wow, I think we will have our first upset alert. Daneshvar Bardia is currently in a winning endgame against Salim Saleh. Daneshvar is currently a nightmare to play against in the tie breaks. He already had all the preparations he needed versus Alexander Grischuk, and now he's taking on Salim Saleh, UAE number 1 in this tie break.
I am wondering how easy it is, and I am actually not so sure if F4 was necessary, but maybe it was, since all pawns are on light squares. But there is still some hope, because maybe somehow you can simplify this position to Rook Knight versus Rook, which we already witnessed yesterday. But the surprising thing is that we have move number 33, and Salem is lost, having 20 minutes on the clock, which is surprising. He plays it a bit too quick. We told that you should control your time. You should play it much quicker, but still 25 plus 10 is a lot of time. So if you play it too quick, that is also not so good. I think this is still theory. I think Daniel Dubov played it with black. So this pawn sacrifice is sound, but this is the position not so easy for Rapid. You don't have clear initiative. You are pawn down. You can really go wrong. But I think I've analyzed it one day, and it's pretty easy draw. So what went wrong for Salem?
Yeah, he blitz out all his moves up to the moment that you pointed out, and I think for the rest of the moves, then moves after that, I think he needed to keep playing fast, because that's his only hope.
But that was just few moves back, and he was he probably just blundered the b6 pawn.
And after just blundered after knight d5. This king f6 will
but you know, the funny thing is that computer shows it's still not that bad. But he probably must have been just extremely disappointed
Yeah.
with what he did, because maybe it's still okay. Only this, I mean, it's hard to understand for me why. Probably here you are just able to eliminate the pawns somehow, yes? Because if this is forced, it should be close to a draw.
Mm-hmm.
And he played it in an incorrect way, and now it is knight e4, and after this is probably lost, yes, because you didn't win this pawn.
You could
don't
have
a
even
passer.
taken this with the knight too,
With a knight.
because it's a fork to h5, f5, and h1. Yeah.
Yeah, and you are maybe winning. Yeah, you are winning h5 too. But probably it was this psychological effect, because this position should be a pretty fairly easy draw.
Right.
Maybe he even didn't have to play f5. Maybe he might have played, I don't know, b5, and after knight f4, maybe he can go to some rook endgames sometimes. I don't know. It requires some precise play, but instead he as you said, he played pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And now he might be just lost.
Yes.
It will be
Wow.
difficult for him. He won the first game, and later he lost the second classical game, and now
Mhm.
the first rapid. After 2 losses, it's always extremely difficult to come back.
Right, and especially after such an amazing opening preparation, I think that's the only reason why he blitz out his move, but only to fail with the king f6. Yeah, some overlooking reason over there.
On the other hand, we can say that this opening preparation may be not smart, as the nature of the position is that you have to be precise with black. You cannot win it, but you can lose it if you play unprecisely. I am not exactly sure if this is the direction you should choose for rapid matches, but one can argue and saying, but the position is sound. Yeah, it is sound, but then you play 3 natural moves and you are in huge troubles. Okay, maybe not the most natural, but it's not so easy to handle those positions. Even if you know it's a draw, yes, you have to prove it on the board. So those choices have to be. I know players who are analyzing the nature of the positions when choosing the openings and say, okay, for rapid it's unplayable or something like that. So
Yes, and meanwhile, in the women's section, we might have our first decisive result very soon. Second board, Narva Mai versus Tan Zhongyi. Tan Zhongyi is currently winning. This is what I predicted from yesterday. It's going to be very hard for Narva Mai to recover from such an experience yesterday, because she was just like Fatalieva. She was just much better. She was close to win the game, but then it ended with a draw.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she hardly could sleep today, because after such a game, usually the position pops up in random moments, and you say, why didn't I push the pawn? Why did I play this? How could I blunder this pawn or something? So very heavy, very difficult moment. A lot of emotions, and now the position is lost with white. Yeah, it is probably very, very promising for Tan. She can finally progress in this round after this dramatic game of yesterday.
Yes,
Because
exactly.
now this position is totally hopeless. Bishop knight plus pawn for a rook. Rook is passive, king is safe, black king is safe. There is nothing, totally nothing what could go wrong. Even if you would blunder 1 pawn or 2 pawns, probably still it would be bad for white. But I don't know, you play c6 and you are just smiling. Whatever happens, I mean, no single option to do anything wrong. You will win this pawn or whatever, or you just move your knight at some point to g4. So
Yeah, the knight on e4 is just too strong, yeah?
yeah, everything is winning. The only thing which might go wrong is that you want to win it like
In 5 moves.
in 5 moves. Yeah, if you win
Yes.
it in 20 moves, but even in 5 moves, it's not impossible to win it. To be honest,
Yeah.
she played queen f1,
F1,
which
very
is,
energetic move there.
She wants some final solution very soon, and it will probably happen. So disappointing for Narva Mai, but you are probably right. She lost the match yesterday by not winning this position, and she won't be able to come back mentally.
Yeah.
But we can jump to Teodora Injac versus Aleksandra Kosteniuk, because former world champion is in a very problematic situation. Teodora is happy to keep pair of bishops, while after knight d3 it doesn't really work because rook goes to c7 and white is winning on the spot. So when you are not allowed to do that, maybe you should play something like this, but then I just play this, and after that move probably rook c7 once again.
Works,
you take, and you cannot take on f4 because queen is knight is pinned, and with this pawn on c7 it's very unpleasant. So Aleksandra decided to play a5 to cover b4 square to prevent white from playing b4. But nonetheless, if we play calmly, it's very unpleasant position. Teodora found a very interesting move, king h2, preparing bishop h3. Because if the pawn goes further, it's unpleasant. Personally, I would consider rook c5 at every moment. There is no reason to do that immediately, but at some point it may be also very strong, because then you have no counterplay. If I would be able to play h5, h6, weaken the king, I would just destroy the opponent on dark squares. So very resourceful position for white. And black has to be very, very precise. The only advantage of Aleksandra is
the time.
But it's huge advantage.
Yeah, it's huge actually.
Yeah.
Yes. So we'll see. I mean, this is not the first time that Aleksandra is in such a situation where she can normally bounce back and make a very great comeback. So we'll see.
Definitely, she is a fighter. She's an experienced player with huge developed sporting qualities. You can see it, that she never surrenders. She always fights until the end.
Yep.
And also, she's extremely well prepared from the physical point of view. I even seen her with her husband Pavel Tregubov running here. Those physical exercises in such a long tournament are very, very important, because you are tired at some point.
Yeah.
And you should, if you spend your time only in the hotel room, you won't survive.
Yeah.
You have to force yourself to do some physical activities, and that's what Aleksandra does for her career, and that's why she's my age, she's just 1 year older, so but still it's much more, it's a huge difference between her and Teodora, but she is still one of the top players, and lately she won some very, I mean, she won this tournament 2 years ago, the World Cup.
Yeah, 2021.
So I mean, it was impressive. Okay, we shouldn't talk about women's age, but anyway, it was very impressive to win this at this stage of her career. Let's put it like that. Yeah.
She's one of the players that I admired so much, not only on the chessboard but also off the chessboard, because her physical fitness is just so great.
I played football with Aleksandra, and while I consider myself to be a decent football player, I was impressed by her running abilities and also physical fitness. It was just impressive for the chess player.
I remember in Riga, during the Grand Slam, we know that she runs regularly, and that was sometime that evening after the game, after some dinner, and then it was like, Sasha, it's raining outside. Yeah, so what?
But that's actually the proper approach. If you make yourself being active, you just don't mind what is happening outside, and it also builds your character. Yes, you would prefer to stay at home, but no. And later in the game of chess, it's also very useful. Okay, I don't want to calculate, but okay, you have to force yourself. You have to break your habits. You have to work. So that's pretty important from many angles. But nonetheless, the position is very inviting for white. And now b3, very, very interesting move. As I already said, I would all the time would be thinking about taking. Maybe h5 I would consider at some point, but it's risky also. You can lose the pawn, so maybe no need for going there. But b3 is a decent choice, and it's very promising position. Now rook d1 probably. She played it immediately. Very, very good move, and we will see what Alexander will play. Rook, for example, after rook ad8, rook c5 is just curtaining, I believe, because now you will win 2 pawns, and it's very, very dangerous position. So Alexander should be aware of that. The only question is that if some players just don't want to give the exchange in such positions, just want to keep the material equal. While I think that the knight is just the best piece in the black camp, so giving a rook for that would be extremely unpleasant from practical point of view also, yes, because your position is very easy to play later. Knight can always complicate the matters if it goes to d3 at some point. Yeah, rook c5 at some point, in my opinion, should be the crucial idea for white here.
Right, and we have some interesting position on the first board of the open section. Caruana just pushed his pawn to h4, trying to attack the white's king.
Yeah, it looks like mating, but it's not so easy to give a mate, since after h takes g3, I will recapture with the pawn, so I won't be mated. It won't be very pleasant, but it's better to survive than to be mated in this position. Anyway, Fabiano with 12 minutes is doing very well, very well.
Right. Fun fact though, there's one really fun fact that Yilmaz Mustafa knocked out Awonder Liang. So it was another American. And now he's playing Fabiano Caruana. And if he wins this one, then he will take on another American, Ray Robson.
So you suggest that should be national limits, that too many American players. Yeah,
no,
I agree.
It's just such a coincidence that he will have the options of playing the top all American players.
American players are very good lately. There is a lot of strong players, as we already discussed, and even some of them didn't make it to Baku because of not having qualifications. But yeah, playing every round American players, it's not so easy.
Not so easy indeed.
Though Mustafa would be extremely happy to play another American, I believe.
Obviously, yes, and you're right. On the 16th board, Vallejo already lost the game against Yushipenko.
Yeah, after blundering knight d4, he was on the verge of lost, and he lost. But the surprising thing is that how it went, because he was the one who chose the risky line. He was hoping that he might surprise the opponent with that. But Andrei just showed he is a fantastic player, and despite this surprise factor, he won a beautiful game. And he's very, very close to go further, because it's just about making a draw with white. But Paco is known for playing some offbeat lines, and it can help him to have a game in this crucial encounter. Is anything else finished or not really?
There are 3 games finished in the open section and ended with a draw. Bakro Etienne drew Yu Yang Yi. Chaparinov also drew against Jan Krzysztof.
Duda.
Yeah, and Ivanchuk drew against Wei.
We should come back to Anish Giri, because Nijat Abbasov did something extremely weird. Maybe he is still able to make a draw because of the wrong corner, but it is even not so easy in all cases to give the knight for the pawn, because this pawn plus the bishop is
it's very dangerous.
It's very dangerous, and if I go too far with the pawn, you won't catch it. So now it's all about calculating and deciding from which square you want to stop the pawn, because now he went, I believe, f5, which is logical. But after a4, it means he goes knight b3, and it can be actually lost position, like king b5, let's say you go this, I go this, you go this. Ah, no, sorry, I don't want to. This is draw already. But you go king b4, I have to go here, a5, and it can be lost because even it can be some kind of Zugzwang at some point, because if you play, let's say, this, maybe... Ah, no, sorry, I play g4, of course. So you have to play h5 maybe first. And after this, I play h4, and this position can be lost, yes, because I play... What I play? This, I play maybe this. And you are running out of moves, yes?
Yeah, it's just all calculations, and a4 is on the board.
It might be so that this was a very maybe losing move in the long run. Maybe it was better to play this move, and now I don't know some checks. But it's so I hate such positions even in classical chess because it's very, very demanding. You have to understand all the nuances. And white is in no risk, yes? You can't lose. You only can win this.
Yes.
I am wondering where he blundered, because it looked fairly easy. Yeah, like here. Why you would go for this move? Why you exchange the bishop for the knight? Okay, it's still probably easy. And why didn't he take? What's wrong? It's very easy. Ah, he was afraid of this, that knight is cut.
You both taking afraid?
Yeah, but he was afraid that he can lose the knight, yes? So now he has to play some precise move, like maybe this is bad. Ah, maybe this, because after this... Okay, you have
and
this,
knight
and knight b3.
Mm.
But this is what you don't want to do in rapid chess, yes? So he was afraid that after this, maybe the knight is in danger. That's why he rejected that option. But probably it is still... it should be easy, like rook c1, this. Oh, but that is very risky. That was a mistake from practical point of view, because now you have to... Yes, it's almost forced. I mean, all what happened here. So changing rooks was a huge mistake, even if it's still drawn. Yeah, it is.
You have to be very, very precise, and with such a time control, only 7 minutes on the clock. Usually, you will have this position in the classical match, and you still have like maybe 45 minutes left or something, and then that probably enough to calculate everything. But even so, yeah, I agree. This is only white can win this game.
That was very, very strange decision. A player before swapping a rooks in such a game should ask himself like million times: is it really necessary to change the rooks? Because with rooks, you have many options to simplify to rook versus rook, bishop versus rook, to some drawn rook endgames. And still the material was equal, and here the bishop is visibly better than the knight in the endgame. You can still make a draw because of wrong corner, but that's actually your main chance. Why to go for some narrow escape when you had 2-3 different and decent options? So Nijat Abbasov clearly misplayed it, and I think he will lose that. I mean, it would be very, very difficult for me to calculate it correctly, and Anish will just play easy moves, and that should be it. So disappointing for Nijat Abbasov.
Yep. And what's happening on the second board?
I also wanted to go to this because it is, to be honest, an end game in which we can say all three results are possible, because it can go totally either way.
It's very dynamic.
Yeah, bishop to d4 by Rauf Mamedov, and now if white is able to take the pawn, it's just a mate almost. But it's black to move, so he can consider rook b1, rook d8, maybe some other moves.
Rook b4.
Personally, I would rather play rook b1. Jan also chose that because it's aggressive. It creates some problems. Now rook e1 is tempting to make a pin, but then maybe you have also some tricks like take, though not clear what you get. If he takes, is it a mate? This, I go here. Check is very unpleasant because if you go here, it's a fork.
Also, you can go rook f1 check because there's knight d5.
No, but king e3 then.
And then knight d5.
Knight d5.
That's what I meant.
didn't see that. I didn't see that. Okay, so knight c3 check is a huge threat. So maybe rook e1 is the... Oh, he went rook g5. Rauf Mamedov is lost.
It's a blunder alert.
It's a blunder alert. Rauf
missed.
is blundering, and I expect.
And look at Ian's expression, like as if he couldn't believe what just happened.
Oh, he never can believe. He always has this expression.
Like,
but of course, knight c3 will be.
Yeah, knight
played.
c3, rook f1, and resign.
Yes, yes. He didn't see.
He didn't see knight d5. Perhaps,
one fork or another.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe knight d5 he didn't see.
Wow. Yes.
Rook f1 on the board, and if you go here, it's a check here. If you go here, it's a check here. So it is lost, and
Wow.
I will be wrong. I predicted this match to be extremely long, but if Jan wins with black, of course, then Rauf is in
King e3, so
mission impossible.
king g3 and knight e2, so bishop on d4 is hanging. And the pawn on e6 would be defended, otherwise probably white could have taken it and forced a perpetual, but no, knight d4 is defending it.
Yeah, if you would be forced to take this, of course, it is not winning, it's a draw, but you are not. Knight can recapture on e6, and I think Rauf will resign at the moment, at this very moment. There is no point to continue, so the walls are not helping the local players. Usually there is some factor of advantage when you are a local player, but no. Now in the very same moment, Nijat Abbasov played a huge blunder, and few seconds later Rauf Mamedov blundered a piece. So what is Teimur Rajabov doing? Teimur Rajabov's position is equal. No, he is lost actually. Wow. I just calculated material, but his king is in huge danger. There is a threat of rook d2, queen f2, and if you put your queen here, it's just a mate in one move. So you cannot play that. It will be a really heartbreaking all-around game.
For the local players,
For the local players, it seems that they are about to lose all their games. 2 players with white. It will be extremely tough, especially when Teimur is known for his solidity. He avoids losses. It will be extremely tough to come back.
What happened? Oh, he lost on time.
Yeah, but the position was
position
lost
is lost anyway.
So it is nothing but...
And also, I think Abbasov also resigned. Wow.
Very, very unlucky round, but we have to admit that the opponents of Azeris play just played extremely well, and that's why they scored so many points.
Interesting development happening on the first board. Mustafa Yilmaz versus Caruana Fabiano. I think this is something that you would like because black is an exchange down, the so-called exchange down, but look at the position. Those pawns on g2 and f3.
What can I say? Fabiano is my boy in this case. I would take this position with black, even without g2 pawn, but with g2 pawn there is no question who is winning. What went wrong for Mustafa after h3? It was already very... But look how Fabiano played after this. Rook d1, he played this, and he just took. So he understood that the bishop is the most important defender in that position because there are so many weak spots on light squares, and Mustafa didn't realize what the plan of the opponent is. Here he might have tried to go for something like that. If we swap the rooks, then the position is probably holdable.
And after taking on g3, there is queen h1 take on a1.
Yeah,
you give a check first, yeah.
Okay, not that I've seen that. Your question is totally sound, yeah, because.
And then take on f2 first, yes.
Yeah, I mean maybe it's holdable, but But
Black's
yeah.
position is very good anyway. So
But anyway, allowing for this is just not good for white, and it will be very convincing game by Fabiano. It is really appealing how he is able to deal with all those psychological moments. Two not very good games for his standards, very poor games to put it like it was. He plays usually much better than he showed, but this game is just a masterpiece.
right, yeah, this looks like a very good position for him.
At that time, Anish got the position we discussed. He already has completely winning position. It's exactly the concept we have discovered, like G4. And the problem is that you won't be able to get this position because you are unable to give a knight for the pawn in good circumstances. And also, I mean, for example, something like it's white to move, so I play this, you play this. I can also take the pawn, and if you go this, I just go this. I put my pawn on h5,
Right.
and then you have to take care about both pawns, and this pawn is still alive, so you cannot keep your king in the middle, and then step by step you are winning. So it really will be 3-0s for the local players in this game. I see Sanal Vahap is about to win with Anton Korobov. Sanal for quite some time was better, but now he's an exchange up, and he developed the deadly attack over the black king. As he's a partner of Teodora Injac, who was pressing on Alexandros Kostenyuk and is still doing fairly well. It can be a fantastic round for this couple.
Yeah, I agree.
Sanal eliminated Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Now he is having great chances to press on Anton, player who was quite successful in previous editions of World Cups. I remember he was also doing it quite okay on many occasions because he's a player of my age, so he played probably in some like 6 or 7 World Cups I would estimate, and he was doing very well. While Sanal, it's a very interesting player. His rating is not too high, but he was extremely talented. At some point his rating dropped for many points, but now he's back because his rating for a moment was below 2500, which was ridiculously low for his abilities, but now coming back to around 2600, he shows that he's very good. He's also very good at online games. I think his nickname is Santo Blue or something like that. Something not easy to explain, but he's doing quite well on many online events. So it means that he may be also very good in rapid and blitz chess, what he is about to show with Anton. Anton has 14 seconds and lost position. It should be
piece of cake, yeah, for white here.
I would say so, yeah, but we'll see. Once I played with Anton, I was completely winning, and I blundered mate in a corner, in a position. Okay, not completely winning, but much better. And it was really heartbreaking for me. But I know Anton as a very tricky player and always fighting until the end. So he still has to be careful because the king on h2 is weak. So if you lose the e5 pawn, the position can still be completely different. Actually, in the previous round, in the first game, Anton managed to draw with he managed to win with Eduardo Iturizaga with white, but he was completely lost or very close to huge problems. Eduardo played a fantastic game.
He made some unnecessary sacrifice, in a very winning position already.
He was pawn or 2 pawns up in a very good position, but Anton is a great fighter. He can sacrifice a pawn piece whatsoever at any stage, and he actually came back in this game in a spectacular way. So yeah, definitely Vahap has to be careful.
Right. Meanwhile, we have 2 decisive results in the women's section. Tan Zhongyi won her game against Narva Mai, the game we already showed. And Zhu Jiner also won her game against Yulia Osmak. So the Chinese are one step closer, advancing to the next round.
There are many changes in positions evaluations. We should go to Peter's fiddler. Peter was in trouble after the opening part, but now he seems to be completely winning. He decided to play bishop f5 in this opening, and later he even won.
What
so
happened?
we won't go through all the game, but in the final position he was just 2 pawns up. So very good news for experienced player and commentator. He's very close to go one step further, and he is very successful in this format, so that's a very good news for him. While another game we witnessed was Daneshvar Salem, and all of a sudden it's a rook endgame which is totally drawn.
Yeah.
So Daneshvar misplayed it totally, because now if you play with king, I go with a rook, I attack the pawn. If you come back, I mean, it's just repeating, and if you come here, I mean, maybe I just stay, yes. So it's very close to a draw. Great news for Salem, but it is still not decided, so he has to be careful. Though, of course, the worst is already behind him.
Yep. And also, another result on the top board, Wesley So drew the game against Jules Muzot.
Wesley drew with white. We've seen that he wasn't doing that great, so probably draw is still fine. Can we go to Wang Hao versus Howell? We didn't see this match at all for the last 2 days. Wang Hao is a player who announced the end of his career after the last candidates, and he really didn't play chess at all. Like he disappeared from the radar, but now he's back. He played in a Prague Masters, not without some painful losses, but I think he finished 4 out of 9, which wasn't very good for his rating, but it was first tournament after a huge break, so not too surprising. And now he will be leading in the match with David Howell, because his 2 connected pawns are much stronger than the rival pawns, and also bishop is very good. So yeah, the pawn, the foul, yellow card. E6, E7.
I think Black will just resign in this exact moment.
Yeah, probably, because that's completely hopeless position.
Yes.
There
you go.
You know that.
I know men better now.
yes. So you will comment on men's section, and I will comment on ladies section, because we know the instincts better. Okay, so also Anish Giri finished his game winning, as we suggested that he had good chances. What happened? Is this winning? Look. We are once again back in Sanals Vahab, but somehow now it's more complex than it was, because those pawns are now...
Ooh, they traded queens.
Okay, maybe that was good, but if... but I cannot go here. Rook d1, rook d5. Okay, because those pawns, if Black would be able to play g4, it would be already unclear. But you are probably unable to do that. Probably he should go with a king further. So the only chance I would assume would be something like this. But you are, well, that's just too much. You can go.
You can
this.
just and then rook e2, rook b7.
Yeah, something like this. So I think Anton played king f7. King h3, what? But then g4 is coming. That was totally unnecessary, if I understand correctly what he did.
Could have taken on d5 instead.
Though it was rook f7. It was
rook f7. Okay,
so
not king
after
f7.
rook f7, it's a very good move.
Yeah. King h3 is a natural move.
Okay, so I thought there were some chances for Anton Korobov, but no, not really. He will lose this game. What is still in the progress is Salem. We've seen it is Deak Sarin. And ladies section is still something.
There is one game still going on. Oh, Alexandra Kostyuniuk lost.
Okay.
Lost. Mhm.
Lost. She finished the game.
She finished, yeah.
Okay, that's huge. So Deak Sarin, it's 4 pawns, but black is doing extremely fine because the extra pawn on the queen side will decide sooner or later.
Mm-hmm. And
Yes.
Radek won against Ivan Shkitko.
Did he?
Yeah, the game
Because-
finished.
Radek Wojtaszek won yesterday a convincing game. Today it wasn't all that easy, but
He managed.
He managed, yes. I spoke to Radek about his game yesterday, and he admitted that he was extremely happy after 3 moves when he seen his opponent choice because it gave him a game. He was afraid that opponent would go for something easy to break, difficult to break, but it was just a very wrong opening choice by Ivan Shitko. Probably the lack of experience on this level played a significant role because stronger players would never go for something like this. If you should know what the position offers, and it offered a game for Radek, so Radek was extremely happy.
Yep. So in the camera we see it's Deak with white pieces facing Nihal Sarin with black pieces, and Nihal is pressing on.
By the way, were you right saying that Grandelius drew with Amin Bassem? Because I see that they are still playing.
They're still playing. Yeah, but it's a drawn endgame with opposite colored bishop.
Yeah, it is, but they don't want to finish it. Yes,
Yeah, they love chess so much.
and they love chess so much. But you see, we have opposite color bishops also
in
here.
this one, yes.
But here the difference is that it is just over.
And they shook hands. So Nihal won the first game in the rapid tiebreak against Deak and is one step closer, advancing to the 4th round. Yep.
The surprising thing, or maybe not surprising, is that up to that moment, 6 matches in the victory of black in the open section, which is really a lot. And it just says that people are over pushing with white, which is probably wrong strategy. Yes, especially you start this tiebreak, just play it a bit more calm. The match can be long, and if you lose with white, your chances are very little.
Yep. And another potential victory for black pieces here is on the first board. Caruana is just so much winning against Mustafa Yilmaz.
Yeah, those 2 pawns are. For a moment, I thought black. It is an 8th rank, and this is the second rank,
Right.
7th rank. So those pawns should go there, and it still would be interesting position. Yeah, if it's the other way. But those pawns are about to promote, and Mustafa has resigned.
Yep.
It will be extremely tough for him. So 7th victory for black, and yeah. No, Fabiano played black.
Fabiano was black, so we have to count this one. Actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe
This is the writing favorites. Yeah.
Oh, what happened in because Berkesh is still playing Vichugov, and it was a drawn game for a long time. But now Nikita, being white, blundered something significant. What has happened here? Because it was an endgame pawn down, which was not so easy to keep visibly. Wow, it will be an upset because of course Ferenc is a fantastic player, but in recent years his rating dropped significantly. He was a 27 plus player, now he is 26-15, not very active, but as we already told, Nikita also didn't play. And h4, what a move by Ferenc Berkesh. He calculated that after capturing the knight, the pawns are just unstoppable. Actually, the pawn is unstoppable. Yeah, you cannot stop that one. So this is on the board. Nikita collected the pawn, but I'm sorry, this is hopeless. You cannot fight with the queen. If the pawn would be on 7th rank, sometimes
There's some hope.
draws.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nikita resigned.
Nikita resigned. Ferenc is a fantastic situation. So another victory for white. What a game
For black,
For
yes.
black, yeah. What a day for black in this office. So only Daneshvar Salem left, or anything else?
And
is
Grandelius won against Bassam. So the game didn't end up with a draw.
I'm sorry, you tricked me. I didn't follow this game. You told it's a draw, but
It was a draw, but
It was.
something happened. Some blunder there. Yeah, with bishop e3 and then c5. And then the bishop has no access to a7 or something.
No, okay, but that was really tough.
That was tough to defend, yeah?
That was tough to
So
defend.
the
yeah.
only remaining game still playing is this one, Daneshvar versus Salem Saleh.
But this is well, very easy. This is
Easy to defend.
It is
Mhm.
easy to defend, so it's just a question of few moments, I believe. Okay, he can try, of course, 1 million moves, but it's just without any hopes
Mhm.
for a victory.
Yeah.
The good thing what Salem did in this game was this having a lot of time. Probably he played it carelessly at some point, as we already mentioned,
Mhm.
a bit too quick. But if he would be defending this endgame with 30 seconds on the clock, then it would be extremely hard. With 5 minutes, with 10 minutes, you
Yeah.
can find precise moves, even when the position is extremely suspicious. So that's actually what one should do. And Salem is very good in blitz also. He likes to play blitz. So yeah, it can be a interesting encounter, because Daneshvar showed with Grishchuk what caliber of player he is. So
Yep. And in this round, we've seen a few upsets, so let me list it down. So in the open section, we have Santos Latasahime winning the first game against Timur Rajabov. And we also have Sanal Vahab, another upset that he just did, is against Anton Karbov. And also in the women's section, Injac Theodora won the first game against Alexander Kostenyuk.
yeah, that's
And they give to draw. Wow.
that's it for the first game of this
Yes.
stage. And we will be back probably soon, yeah?
Yes, and don't go anywhere because the break will be very short for the players and also for us. So we will see you again in a bit.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone. The second game of the rapid tiebreak is about to start. So let's see the situation in the playing room right now. And I think we have a lift-off. Players already starting their first moves. And soon, well, we have a few upsets in the first rapid games. And I think we will also have some dramatic finish too in a few of the matches. And we see on the first board here, Fabiano Caruana is about to play some, I don't know, third move is about to be played, and we'll see what opening that will be.
Mustafa is in an unpleasant situation, of course, as he has to win. He has to look for some choices he would never do maybe in a normal game, though he chose e6, and such an experienced player as Fabiano is surely able to navigate the game into the direction which won't be very complex. So I expect this to be pretty smooth, but maybe...
Mateusz, sorry,
c5.
in the far end, did you see that Anishkir is still waiting for the arrival of his opponent, who is yet to come to the board?
Yeah, I was actually wondering what happens, because in one of the games Alexander Donchenko was also a bit late, but just for a few seconds, so it didn't matter. But does the fine for being late applies for rapids too or not? It wasn't specified.
Right, and now Abbasov just arrived and they blitz out the first few moves. Okay, let's see the development of this position.
Yeah, the difference in Injac Abbasov's game is that he plays with white, so he still has every chance to create normal problems by normal way, while Mustafa Yilmaz has to look for some solutions he doesn't really he doesn't do usually. And here, after just have a look, he played c5, offering Benoni. But in a normal game, 100%, or it would be very likely that Fabiano would go for d5, but in a rapid he doesn't want to go when he is happy with a draw, because maybe Blumenfeld would have happened. It's very, it's quite possible that Mustafa would like to go for that. It's also Benoni. So he goes for calm g3 and says, okay, if we equalize, if you equalize, you equalize, but I will make a draw. And once again, Mustafa goes for something sharp, because after knight c3, maybe he will soon try to take this pawn. Maybe not at this moment. I think a6 is theory, and after bishop g2, you take the pawn. Though sometimes there are some repetitions that queen, you attack the queen, and queen cannot escape. So a6, bishop g2, and if he takes the pawn, I think it will happen. Then it can be quick end with some repetition somewhere, but I am not. I don't know the theory. Yeah, the pawn has been taken, and now Fabiano has to remember how to react for that.
Right.
Maybe we can have a look at Nijat's game.
Yes, let's do it.
He has to win with white. And he was late, so we can assume he was badly trying to find some opening ideas. But in this line, which we already seen in some other encounters, it will not be... they played it in a classical part. In a classical part,
and then it was d5, yeah?
It was at some point... no, it was rook e1, knight h5. Take, and d5. I think it was.
Yeah, it was this. Yeah,
it was like this, and here he decided to go knight e5 in the very same position. Knight f6, a4, h4, g4.
Whoa.
Okay, so now we understand what he was doing in his room. He was just checking if this attack is sound or not. It doesn't have to be sound actually. It just should create some problems for Anish. If there is a little chance that Anish doesn't know that, it is very, very difficult to be faced, because you can imagine that, for example, after knight d5, something like, okay, maybe not this, because this is g5 immediately, so let's say this knight, something like this, this. It can be good, but some ideas like rook a3 are there all the time, which is already very unpleasant. So Injac is fighting.
Yeah, and he has to. This is just going to be very interesting with all this pawn push, g4, h4, because, well, the stake is high.
No, totally. And I think Anish is not extremely happy about that position because, as we already told, it's about some initiative. This position is where you have to be careful. You have to avoid some attacks, which won't be easy because your opponent already showed that he wants to mate you, and that's it. So very nice choice by Injac. It's so easy to create a game in this opening in a Queen's Gambit declined, but he managed to have a very interesting position. It may be nothing special, but it looks not only
Promising, yeah?
it looks promising and also quite entertaining. Yeah, you just played all in, all your pieces are in attack, and at every moment there can be a deadly attack if Anish plays one inaccurate move.
Right.
Jan Nepomniachtchi at the same time,
They repeated their openings again.
yeah,
this with
once again
Rosolino.
repeated. Rauf believes in his openings. The problem is that he has to win this position, which, frankly speaking, I find almost impossible, as Jan will be able to avoid problems. That's my guess. That's the problem of having a narrow repertoire. When it comes to must-winning situation, you are kind of trapped. You don't know what to do, because maybe if Jan would be surprised with this opening, it wouldn't be a bad choice. But if Jan wants when he possesses knowledge, it will be very difficult for Rauf to fight back with black pieces.
Yep. Are both players leaving their chairs?
Very uncommon for rapid chess.
Yeah, very uncommon indeed.
But for Jan, nothing is uncommon. He's all the time walking, as we already know from World Championship match. He would be walking all the time, but Rauf?
Rauf also, and Injac also. He just seemed to be leaving his chair, and now Ian just got back. Wow. I would never leave my chair in the rapid.
Oh,
rapid
25 plus 10. Actually, I participated in a World Team Championship, which now is being played with a control 45 minutes plus 10 seconds, which is also kind of in between classic and rapid. But okay, with 45 minutes, if you want to go to the toilet, you should do that definitely. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the result, but this was from the first round.
So nothing
Nothing really
finished yet.
happened now.
Nothing finished yet.
But Yilmaz is, just like you said, taking the gambit, and now Fabiano is 1 pawn down, but this is some position that they still very much in the theory.
Yeah, but the choice made by Turkish player is smart because now Fabiano realizes that if he plays it slow, what is pretty natural in a situation when draw is enough, then he can be just pawn down. And when he goes for optimal solutions, then it can be sharp. It can require some calculations. So I thought it will be pretty smooth. Like Fabiano will get a nice position after the opening, and that's it. But now I think it's a question of the next 5 moves. What will appear if Fabiano will develop some initiative, or rather he will try to avoid problems, but then he can be just pawn down. So material imbalance always offers some chances for the one who wants to equalize, and that's it. So it's still not very promising for Mustafa, but it might be much worse after 10 moves.
Right. Yeah.
Let's move then to who is maybe Teimur Rajabov, because Teimur Rajabov, actually, as a young player, Teimur was extremely sharp. If you remember, he managed to beat Kasparov when he was at the age of, I don't know, 14 or something like that. I think in Linares, maybe I'm mistaken, but it's some sharp French. And at that time he was playing King's Indian. It was his trademark to play King's Indian, always looking for complications, always trying to burn bridges. But at some point of his career, he completely changed his style and became a completely different player, sometimes even boring. Like we see Rajabov, we see that it's quite often a draw, but it is quite common. You are an experienced player, maybe your calculation is no longer that good, but you have a huge positional understanding, as Teimur does, and he prefers to play different chess. What supporters doesn't really like, because they love fireworks when everything is hanging. But that's how people sometimes changes over the years. But that's a good news for Teimur, because as a young player he was a fighter. He could play in balanced positions, and now actually it's interesting position. It's not so easy to make a draw on demand for white, because black will try to play maybe some g5 at some point. Like, this is a questionable move already, because I move bishop because the pawn is attacked, so I maybe move bishop. Maybe I want g5. If you play e4, maybe it's a good move, but then position opens. Maybe there are some tactics in there. So I think
maybe d5 instead of 5. No, instead of e4, d5. So if you take on d5, bishop takes f6, and then knight d5. And if you play
if I take, what you do?
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6. Wow, that's probably just good, yes.
And then knight d5. Yeah.
But okay, I don't know if I go back.
And I think you can play e4.
E4.
And I think this position is just good for white.
Yeah, although I play this because if you go something like this, then I play maybe f4. Okay, nothing special. I would be happy to have my bishop on e5. Then black would be doing well, but I don't have time. But maybe I can sacrifice a pawn, something like this. You go maybe for position like this. It may be objectively not good, but maybe I can create some counter chances on your king. That's what Teimur should try to do. Objectively, black is still not doing very well, but the position is complex. I think there are still resources to make this game complex. Anyway, the Spanish player is much closer to the advance to the next round.
Right. And while they're thinking, we can quickly see the stats of Teimur Rajabov. So he has played 8 times, and in 2019 he won the World Cup in the final against Ting Liren. Yeah, in general he always had I think quite good, but also so-so performance, because we see in the earlier years, 2007 and 2009, he lost in the 3rd round against your compatriot Maciej and Sakaev.
He also lost to Peter Svidler, so
twice.
Very successful player, of course. So, and in 1/16, so it's pretty high stage. But yeah, he won 2019. It was extremely surprising at that time, because there were many other people who were considered to be favorites, but Teimur showed a huge class and won, and then he made it to the candidates. So that was a huge thing for him at that time. He played bishop d8, and now there is a question what Jaime will do. If he goes d5, if he goes e4, or maybe he will avoid to pushing pawns in order to keep the position calm.
d5.
He listened to you.
See, I understand, man.
You should play in an open section tournaments only. Avoid ladies tournaments. Why should you?
I did that many times. That's why I could understand them.
Okay, the wise choice, visibly. Let's come back to Anish Giri, because it seems Nijat Abbasov is even Wow, is
What's going
about
on?
to strike back.
Look at that queen on h5. The rook on a1 is just waiting to be played and be placed on h1, and that would have been a deadly attack.
To be honest, I don't know what is. Probably you should analyze it a bit deeper with a stronger engine. But my assumption would be it's just deadly lost.
I think Anish is playing a bit too careful.
I don't know,
That's
but
possible.
you know, in this position, if you don't know g4 move, I think it's extremely difficult because you have to decide where to put the bishop. Should you play this? Should you play this? Maybe this, maybe this, maybe this. Many moves, but or maybe rook c8 first. It's very surprising move, this g4. You have to be well prepared if you don't know. Even in classical game, I would say it's not easy to face this move. But in a rapid game, it's a huge idea. And his first reaction was just wrong because, I mean, he put knight on h7. It looks so ugly that you should reject this. But, well, I mean, he was surprised. When we are surprised, we usually make as you said, maybe two safe choices, but this is actually extremely risky choice.
I think rook c8 just being played, and I think bishop d3 should be an automatic move.
Yeah, but maybe it doesn't really matter. After this, he wants to play f5, and what's the point that after this, knight f6 and nothing happens? So that's the point. He wants to ask the bishop to move, and then the pawn is not
E6,
produced.
yeah.
So that's why engine suggests bishop a2,
I
and you
see.
never have this because this is hanging, yes? So the point is that if you are too quick, you want to mate immediately, I have
Right.
escape of f5. If Injac will understand that, he should go here,
Bishop a2.
and let's say queen b6 with some attacks. And how do we win? Just king g2 and rook h1, yes? Because after check we just play d5 and the next move rook h1. So it's very important to keep the bishop here, which is not so automatic because totally agree with that. My first choice would be also bishop d3.
But when we see it more carefully, yes, this f5 idea.
Because even this looks that we play f4 and it's totally fine, yes, we protect, but then bishop e8,
Bishop
with
e8,
a
queen
double
d4.
attack, and actually black is better. So Injac has to calm down and look for opponent's resources. That's crucial, because if you play bishop g, well, maybe even this is tempting here, immediate this move. Because if you take, maybe it's over, yeah, or kind of.
Bishop c6 and d5.
Bishop
yeah?
c6 is lost, so you probably should go f6 is also probably lost because of g6.
Oh, you could have taken. Oh, yeah, g6 first.
No, I mean that after every move, if I take, king goes here, yes. But this is best and maybe not winning for white. But it can be also. I wouldn't be surprised to see king g2 because it looks very, very like a very good call. Yeah, after f5, it. Personally, I wouldn't believe that there is nothing in a game, but here queen g5 is also a threat. So it's very difficult when you has to win. When one has to win, and you have those options like king g2, bishop d3, but you has to convince yourself. One has to convince himself that okay, calm down. Bishop on a2 is good. I will play king g2 next move. Yes, but how to postpone king g2 when it is kind of your victory almost? So
Patience.
yeah, but that's always difficult, but
Right.
especially difficult when you has to score back and you want to do it now and quick and so on. Anish understands that he's on the verge of losing. His body language is showing that he's totally unsure about this, or maybe sure that he's even wrong. That would be huge comeback by Nijat Abbasov. But he has to. I think if he finds bishop a2, he will win. But if he plays any other move, it will be just extremely tough battle with many other maybe turnouts. Like it can change the evaluation.
Yes, and he has enough time on the clock to think about all those options, because this could be like the critical position in this game.
Yeah, that's totally true, and that's also why you should be well prepared, because then you have time for that. If he would be having 10 minutes less, then he would be already nervous, and in order to keep the clock, he would try to play quicker. But now he has the time first to calm down, and later to find the correct move order. Can we have a look to Alexandra Kosteniuk, because she is about to be eliminated from the tournament, and such a experienced, strong player, such a fighter will never surrender easily. So it is about to have a great game, and the position she got on the board offers a lot, like
Complications.
yeah. I mean, now you have okay, I wanted this, but I blundered the pawn, so probably it's not the best move. You can start with knight f5, maybe creating some danger over the king. Maybe you can just finish your development like bishop d2, and I don't know, maybe even castle. So the choice is huge, but also like moves like g5 are not impossible, because after this, maybe then you do, maybe even this, giving all the pawns, though I must say I would probably never decide on that. So Alexandra also, she played bishop d2, so developing move, just preparing some further actions, and also giving opponent chance to go mad, which is also quite useful in those positions.
Yeah, so this is definitely a very wise opening choice and variation choice by Alexandra, to go into such a very sharp line in the Italian.
But how that was?
Is it Italian or is
that was Italian, and she played knight f1 quickly, with an idea of not making castle. So she waited until opponent castles and g4. I've seen some games like that, and it's a very interesting concept, because normally you would have a king on g1, which would really help in order to create the attack. But I am thinking probably, I believe that she was still prepared until that moment, because rook g1 is also not maybe not the easiest move, and she still has 20 plus minutes. So it seems like a very good prep. And once again, she is 10 minutes more on the clock, but in the previous game, Theodora was having a very nice position, so it didn't play the crucial role. But now she is in a worse position, probably worse. And 10 minutes less. And d4, very responsible decision. She released the tension in the center, which might be good, but it might be also bad, because once the center is closed, the attack on the king side should be more appealing. And now I believe Alexandra would go for knight f5 and preparing further actions connected with h4, g5, or immediate g5, or even some sacrifices at some point on h6. A very, very, very promising position, and 10 minutes more for the player who now represents Switzerland.
Yes, it's I think it's a dream position for Alexandra right now, judging how she has to win this round, because otherwise she will be sent back home. And some development is there in the game of Caruana versus Yilmaz Mustafa. So the Black's queen was traveling out, and now is back to its nest on d8.
Yeah, that's the issue with this line, that you collect the pawn, but you have to come back sooner or later. And I wanted to play that at some occasions, and I remember that I was always scared if I remember where to go with a queen, because those are different options and you never know what to do. And actually here you should start with this move, because after queen b6, knight a4 is giving quite almost decisive advantage. You go with knight to b6 and that's it. And the funny thing is that maybe you even don't you shouldn't hurry with capturing the rook. Anyway, white is just much better, and well, it shouldn't go wrong for Fabiano, who won the first game too. So probably Mustafa will go home.
Yes, and he has to sacrifice the exchange on A8, and this is the current position now. Yeah, exchange down, even though there's one pawn as a compensation. Do you think this is enough?
No, no. As I told many times, I love to play exchange down, but this is not the position which I would enjoy because there is no play for black. You are just passive, and at some point I will probably put this queen and bishop on this diagonal. At some point maybe I will open the position. Rooks will be extremely strong on the open files. So but the biggest problem in the match situation is that black has to wait for what white does.
Yeah.
There is no active play for black, so in general you are trying to survive, but this is the game where you have to win. So that's just totally hopeless.
So, yeah, I agree. Fabiano has been showing a pretty good performance now in the 2 games of the tiebreak.
And I'm sorry for Azeri fans, Ninja Tabasov played the move suggested by Irene, Bishop d3. He wanted to mate immediately.
I understand them too well, right?
No, exactly.
but not in the right perspective.
But
Bishop d3.
that is really normal decision.
Yeah.
I think most of the players would consider bishop d3 first, but because that's pretty natural, we go for a mate. We think f5 is how on earth
it be good, right?
Exactly how you can survive, but it turns out that it's just very good. He took on f6, queen h4. And the problem is that white king is also exposed. Would there be a pawn on g2 or something? You would say white is winning, yeah? But here, without that pawn, there is surely enough of compensation. Still, of course, black has to be extremely precise, because if only my rook would be on e3, it's just 1-0. I play rook g3 or rook h3. I am mating, but probably there is no time. So you have to be quick with black, something like this to create some counterplay and then trying to give some checks. So Anish has to show some energetic play. I am not exactly sure if king f7 is good, but there is a visible plan. He wants to play for the corner and the strong bishop. He wants to do something, but I'm not exactly sure how good it is. I would go probably this move, and after rook h8 I would probably try queen g5 or something like that, some checks. Okay, engine says that there is nothing, that is just wrong, but okay, it looks scary for black.
There's d5, for example, something to calculate there.
For white too, to be honest. I mean, it is just so scary. But that's a pity that for Nijat, if he won't win that one. But you see, he spent a lot of time calculating those moves, and he didn't find the crucial idea. Rook e1 on the board. So I also know male players a bit, just a bit, not like you. Rook h8, queen g5. I mean, he is playing all the stupid moves I showed. Surely bishop c6 will be. I mean, first rook h8, queen g5, and bishop c6 surely will be played. Although rook h6, to be honest, is also a decent choice, because you cover g6 square and you prepare queen h8. Maybe it's even the move.
Saver, something, yeah. This could be the solution to black's position.
Yeah, maybe it's even much more practical, because you don't allow your opponent to give checks to attack the king. So good news for Anish, bad news for Nijat, who was close to a huge advantage, but he totally misplayed it. But yeah, the problem was that if he would be having just one move like bishop a2, he would go for that. But the choice was wide, and all moves were very tempting, which always gives a room for wrong decision. Should we go to Teimur? I see that you have this position on your screen.
Yes.
And I think he's extremely happy about the position, because now it is just playable. Maybe it's not very good, but I wouldn't be surprised if soon c6, b5 or d5 it opens. The white king is in danger. I actually don't know what made
F4. I don't really like
F4 is a half suicide here. Yeah, why should you do that? You play E3, you are all fine. You won't be hurt easily. I mean, maybe it's not an easy position, but your king is not in danger. And after F4, well, I mean, it can go wrong. It totally can go wrong. So I think there is huge tension now in this game, and Teimur can strike back.
Yeah, I think Jaime missed something here, because if you played such a move like F4, you should already have some continuation in your mind, right? And you should actually be moving it like rather automatically. But here Jaime is taking his time, so I think it's obvious.
It's possible that he forgot that E3, if you go here, maybe he thought B4 is winning, but then I can just capture because the knight is pinned.
The pinned, yeah.
Maybe he forgot about that because...
Or even you could take on E3 right now.
But maybe not. If I take on E3, then I have some rook E1 move or something, and there can be some check. Actually, it's probably lost.
It's probably lost, yeah.
Because this, I can even go for this, give check, and your queen is extremely weak in this position. So maybe it was actually his trap. Maybe he thought that E3 is extremely strong, because if you take with a bishop, also the rook is unprotected here.
Yeah.
So I just play rook F3 and it's 1-0. You cannot protect your pieces. So maybe he thought E3 is a strong move, but it is not. And if you don't have E3, or E3 this, you don't have B4, but C6 is coming, and there are some problems. You can lose some material. It's a position where black is creating threats. So psychologically, he is now in a very unpleasant position, because he understands that F4 was a very, very, very risky move. I've seen Jaime losing some surprisingly calm positions. Like sometimes he just
played it E3.
He just wants to go for some tactical solutions in moments when you can just play calm chess. I remember he also played in Polish Extra League last season, and he lost 1 or 2 games which he should never lost, because he wanted it to make it more forced, more something concrete, when sometimes it's just better to play something calm, and it can be a case once again.
I think he just has some problem with pins, because I remember correctly that in Leon Masters 2018 he was playing black against Vallejo, and he resigned in a winning position because he thought it was not pin.
Oh, once I played with Sergei Tivyakov in a rapid tournament, and I mated him. But he looked at me, are you an idiot? And I mean, he didn't tell that, but he looked like, what are you doing? Yeah. And the problem was that I mated him with a pinned knight. I made a combination, like I sacrificed a queen or a rook, and I mated him, and he looks, oh, but it's a pin.
Wow.
So I also have those issues. Now Teimur has to think, but I'm pretty sure he will go for bishop c5. Otherwise,
he's played it. Bishop c5 is.
Yeah, bishop c5 is on the board. Yeah, I see. Yeah, and he has every hope to. It happened. Okay, so
you will have the move very soon.
Yeah, bishop c5, e4. Yeah. Okay, so strong move by Jaime, but anyway. It is now a very complex battle, and I don't know who will be better. C6, knight c3, rook e7.
Yeah, this is what I saw before.
All those moves were pretty logical, and now, it can really go wrong for white. I think you should be very careful. Rook e2, the only maybe move to protect the pawn. And the question, because even this position is not a piece of cake, yeah? I mean, it looks like this. I would say black is doing very well, and I am surprised it's not much better, because even this endgame, which appears here, I would say it is just challenging or something like that. But maybe I am wrong. Maybe it's just equal.
We have one result. Berkas Ferenc is through to the next round after drawing his second game against Nikita Fytugov.
So disappointing for Nikita, but Ferenc is an extremely experienced player. It's hard to play with a guy who should be rated almost 100 points more, and Ferenc showed he is still He still knows how to play on a very high level.
Right.
I would go back to Alexandra Kostyniuk because in her position there was a huge change in evaluation. After bishop d2, d4, without any reason, Alexandra took very responsible decision because she played c4, which is an extremely anti-positional move, because after the natural moves here, actually probably bc4 was better, but it happened here. And with this pawn, it's very, very difficult, especially that Theodora played very, very nice move a5, a4, so that she is in fact positionally winning on the king side, queen side. And if only she avoids some mates, which are quite unlikely now, because I mean there is no weaknesses yet. She's just probably maybe even winning. Yeah,
close to winning.
The problem is that c4 pawn is extremely weak, and Theodora plays for it. She went queen to c8 with the idea of queen a6 probably, just to attack the pawn. So that's why Alexandra went queen f1. So after queen a6 she plays bishop d3, but that's just dramatic defense, and I just go here, I take the bishop, I give an exchange, and I'm extremely happy.
The same idea that Fabiano showed on his first game against Yilmaz Mustafa.
Yeah, I believe that giving an exchange is just winning, but it will also be just very practical, because it will be extremely tough to play. But maybe rook a b8 on the board. Theodora is playing on amazing level. Really, I'm extremely impressed what she does. That's really huge. And probably Alexandra will try to go something, some bluff, like, I don't know, b5, g5 or knight g7 or whatsoever, because if the game develops normally, she's just out. She has to give it all, hoping that Theodora with just 5 minutes 50 seconds panics. Bishop c1, no, she doesn't want to give material. And
rook b3 is coming, yeah?
I would go rook b3, engine says knight a5, b3, which is also very strong, because
she's reaching it, I can see it from the camera.
Rook or knight?
She was about to move the rook, if I'm not mistaken, but she's taking it back, so maybe she's having a second thought, but we'll see. She has to make a decision soon, because
rook b3 looks just like a free roll. I mean, you just have fun for nothing, yeah. Because then with the bishop on c4, I mean, the position plays itself. You don't have to think. Yeah, you just take, and I mean, I would be about to cry here. I mean, because what? I mean, I hardly can move any piece. Yes, so I mean, the pawn will soon fall down. It's just a hopeless position. So. But why Theodora is thinking any move is good in this position. If you will be down to 30 seconds, then it can be not so easy. So
now the nerves is playing right now.
It would be a huge upset. Alexandra is an expert of chaos system, a winner of the last edition, and it would be very early an elimination for her. How is, by the way, Duda doing, the winner from Sochi? He drew the first game with Ivan Cheparinov, but what is happening in the second game? I cannot see this. They are still playing. It's some end game. We can jump here. We see them on camera. The winner from Sochi is having a comfortable advantage both on the board and on the clock, because 13 minutes to 6 minutes, and now maybe in the long run you lose the h4 pawn. It's very complex endgame, and Ivan has to be very precise. I don't think he will manage to hold it versus Jan Krzysztof.
Mateusz, there's a blunder alert in the women's section. Lela Jafakishvili just suddenly dropped down and losing, totally losing.
It was a draw in the first game.
Yes.
And she...
Queen a1, another coming I mean, there should be some pin over there with the queen c1 should have been played, but queen a1, I think you could just easily take rook d, and then rook d7, knight d6 or something.
But this is not winning. If you play this, I play this. So
That's true. So knight somewhere first, yeah?
you have to play this first, which is far from obvious. And surely Lela missed it.
Surely.
If Harika will miss it, because it's very automatic, you calculate only exchanges and later. But if I play rook d7 first, it's just over. Very nice move. Because if you take, I also take with an attack, double attack. So I don't have time to move my bishop. And this
rook b3 first and knight c6.
Rook b3 first and then knight c6. So very, very nice tactical shot. But if Harika will find it, I think it's just 50-50. Because you just see it or you see it not, and then you think. So
Harika has 13 minutes, so I'm sure she will be able to find it. But let's see, because it is that small little nuance that that makes the position really different. Yeah, queen a1 would have been queen takes a1. I mean, would have been very natural. But yeah, I agree. Rook d7 is just killing. Wow.
However, even this looks extremely suspicious. And that's probably the difficulty here, because I would personally believe that I will win on some moment with black, because how can you unpin? It's not so easy to make a move. So
what if you just play something that is actually good?
Maybe my threat is rook b1 actually.
Rook b1 and then that's
and then I remove my bishop. But it's easy to forget about this.
Yeah, totally.
So queen to c7.
Harika missed it.
But okay, queen c7, and is it any... now bishop a6 and goodbye.
Yeah. Now the only chance with the bishop on b7
but
has
the
gone.
rook a8.
Maybe rook b8. Oh, sorry, rook b7.
b7. But actually this is not a good move, because some pin starts once again, yeah? And now maybe this idea with knight d2, knight f3 can be unpleasant, or even h5, h4, yeah? I mean, it changes completely the direction, but probably you should play this, and now something like this. But this is so difficult. I mean, if you think like, okay, my problem is a pin, I should unpin my pieces, but still, Harika is doing well, and that's what made her not to find the winning option, because it still looks very tempting after rook a8. It looks like she is still creating huge problems, and when you see something which looks promising, you don't look for more usually. She calculated.
She's satisfied with what she has seen.
Yeah,
already.
if it would be a puzzle in a book, she would find it immediately. This rook d7, maybe even in 5 seconds. But if this is in a game and you are not aware that it's a winning moment, then it's very, very easy to not to find it, because the alternatives looks decent, and that's it.
Wow.
So Lela is still in the game, but it is still extremely, extremely difficult. What is happening at other matches? Is there anything? Korobov is trying to strike back with Sanal, but can he do that? We can have a look at Anton Korobov. He usually play a very fighting chess, but now the position is not extremely fighting. It's rather completely blocked, though probably he has some opportunities to build on this position. Like, I don't know, bishop king f2, bishop f1 maybe, or something like that. This queen surely won't prevail long here, and while the king side is blocked, the queen side is not, and you can open the position there. So this is probably the match which can go into tiebreaks. How many tiebreaks do we already? I mean, not tiebreaks, but the next round of rapid chess. Is something decided?
Not yet. We don't have any tiebreaks for the next 10 minutes. section yet because we only had one game here that's finished. That's Berkers versus Vitugov. That's won by Berkers.
But meanwhile, huge blunder by Anton Korobov because he allowed this dc4, bc4 and c5. Very, very nice counterattack. And now the position opens with king on f2. Would it be on h2? It would be all fine for white probably, but now the king is too exposed, and it's not impossible that after this move bishop f8, fantastic move is coming and your king is in danger. If
you have to move it back, yeah?
Yeah, but then I mean it's probably just too much because bishop lands on e3 and with bishop on g7 is a different story. With bishop on e3, the black is just winning. So really both Sanal Vahab and Teodora Injac can make it farther.
Wow, the couple there.
Okay, I hope they are still a couple because I didn't update my things. There is no gossips website for chess happenings, so I hope I am up to date, but if not, I'm sorry. Anyway, a huge position for Sanal Vahab, who found a very nice counterattack in the center. He's low on time, but I am pretty sure Anton Korobov is disappointed with his last decision of king f2. It was premature, and now his chances of striking back are not that high.
We have another decisive result. Svitler defended very well in the second game and drew the game. So he is through to the next round. As you mentioned, he's doing very well in the KO format.
And he is awaiting the winner of the match, Abbasov Giri, and it seems it will be indeed Anish Giri, because with the position which we analyzed, there is no longer any queen on the board, which means that Anish's chances of making a draw here are pretty high, and probably he won't have a huge problem with doing it. Of course, without one pair of rooks, it would be extremely easy. Because the king would be just very active. With 4 rooks, there is still some pressure, but probably it is not enough. So Anish has probably all the problems already solved, and such a strong player should
be able to find all the sequences. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it is possible to create any serious problems with white, but of course white will fight until the end. But he had everything in his hands. It was very promising, but yeah,
just lower on time.
Yeah, lower on time, but if your king is not being mated, you can somehow solve it, I believe. Let's go back to Teimur Rajabov, because it seems to me that he has chances, but Engine disagrees. The Engine says you know nothing about chess, Mateusz Bartel, and that is true, because if only white would be forced to take, then we say black is doing fantastic. But the problem is that you can keep the knight here, but not king f3. That's actually lost. You've lost material because of this little move, and there is no mate. It looks like mate, but it is not. It's just bishop f8, and it's winning, but very precise move by Jaime. He played rook e1, he will play rook e2, and there is no way to make advantage of the e-file, because the dark square bishop from c5 cannot fight with the knight from e4, so white is extremely safe in that position. And while Teimur will surely try, his chances are close to 0, I would say now, because it's just like the position which is just extremely solid, extremely solid, and maybe I just play rook after bishop before rook e2, later some h3, and maybe I can even move my king here and back, because what you will do potentially.
Or h1 g2 because.
Or maybe f1 and
F1,
then knight f5, trying to exchange all pieces. If it goes to an endgame bishop versus knight, white is probably even better. So. Yeah, this is probably about to be the biggest upset of this tiebreak, because Jan Nepomniachtchi already made it through. He agreed for a draw with Rauf Mamedov.
So he's through to the next round.
Anjgiri
there.
will save it. Fabiano Caruana is pawn up and needs a draw, so it will also be very good for him. That's pretty easy. He would win it if he would need, but
but I think he would just play calmly and then not to overpush. Joe is good enough for him.
That is true. Another potential upset might be in a game of Jules Moussa versus Wesley So, but this is still unclear. Wesley drew the first game, and now, of course, he is in danger because his king is extremely weak.
And the bishop on f2 is ready to take over the a1, h8 diagonal. When it happens, it's going to be game over.
Exactly, that is totally true. In practical terms, I would say that it's just 1-0. If it would be blitz, it's just impossible to hold such positions, in my opinion. But of course, that is about me. I am usually losing such positions. Wesley is a great player, so probably much more able to hold it. But judging by his body language, he is not too happy about what he gets. It looks like he is disappointed, extremely disappointed with the position, because if he has to take, I mean, it looks like very, very tough. I mean, this some queen b7, maybe, I don't know, maybe something more, but the idea is to exchange bishops and survive. So
and we have
draw.
A draw there.
Yeah, Lela Yavakishvili made a draw, so it means they will play another two games. It's 4 draws so far in that encounter. Very untypical for ladies, but on the other hand, if I remember correctly, at last Olympiad, Harika played pregnant and she drew all the games.
She was heavily pregnant. She was like, I think, 1 month away from giving birth, and yet she was playing a very solid chess. And drew most of her games. I think there was one loss in the end against the USA team because because that was the reason why the Ukrainian team clinched the gold medal.
I beg your pardon, but there is a veteran alert because Vasily Ivanchuk, playing young Chinese prodigy, can make an upset. It's of course hard to say that such a legend can make an upset because I mean he's an enormous player. But now after 40 moves of this game, after a draw in a first game, Vasily is just pawn up in a technically winning endgame, and it's not very tough, it seems, because usually when the pawns are on different sides of the boards, knights are worse than bishops. Bishop has its long range, can control both sides, and it would be a miracle escape for Vei if he would make it. But to be honest, with 8 minutes on the clock, I believe that Vasily would be capable of winning it in a Monte Carlo tournaments when the players were playing blind chess, because it is so easy for him, I believe. And of course, where you will fight, and the last move is probably the best practical approach. But the problem is that after bishop e4, if it happens, you just lose the g2 pawn sooner or later, because if
after rook e7, just move the king probably to d4. And that's it,
Yeah, this you go here. Even, I mean, you are unable to take because the knight is hanging, and if I win that, this pawn is just a game over. So bishop e4 on the board without thinking. It's very simple for position for Vasily. And those players from older generation, they extremely well know all the end games. If Vasily is able to hold his nerves, what always used to be a problem in his case, because he is maybe, like we said about Kochnoi, one of the players who never became a world champion. It's the same about Vasil, who was a unique player. He was rated 2787, number 2 at some point, if I remember. And for a long time, he was a member of top 3, top 5 in the world. Kasparov always hated to play Vasil because he was the guy who could beat anyone with every color in any opening. pure
so
legend.
creative and original as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. In good old days, it was pretty uncommon when you played Vasil because he was basically the only player who could play any opening. Really any opening. People were joking that if you prepare for him in good old days, you should open Chess Encyclopedia. Back then it was chess books called Chess Encyclopedia. It was a huge book like that, and a joke was that you just open it on random page, and it's a chance that you will it will happen on the board with Vasil because he can play basically anything. So that was the joke about him. Lately, of course, he is not that active. He's as we already mentioned yesterday, born in 69, so quite experienced.
30 years difference between these two players.
But he still can perform on an extremely high level, and it will be, well, quite surprising, to be honest. I thought that in a rapid time control way he should prevail, but now it looks extremely bad for Chinese prodigy. King goes to f6, knight went to d6, but now king e6 is just curtaining probably. But okay, any move.
Bishop
move
g2 even, like
probably this
Yeah.
bishop c6 is also good enough because the next you just give a check. I mean, this just 2 pawns up, and it should be very easy. But in such position, you want to avoid any problems. So that's why Vasil is taking his time. But okay, that's not ultra interesting because I'm pretty sure he will win. So let's jump somewhere else. Maybe to Jan Krzysztof Duda.
let's do it. But we also have another decisive result there. Ishipenko had a 2-0 performance in this tiebreak and knocking out Vallejo.
Yeah, that was a very close encounter. Probably I would even say that I considered it.
And this game can finish at any time now. Let's quickly take a look at the first board in the women's section. Alexander
finished.
Kostelnik. It's finished. It's a huge upset. Injac Theodora is through to the next round, beating the reigning Women's World Cup. Alexander Kostelnik, a very experienced player.
That's huge. Theodora played really good games because in this second game I am pretty sure that she didn't equalize, but it was a complex battle, and one positional mistake by Alexandra when she played c4 changed the evaluation of the position, and from that moment on it was all perfectly played by Theodora, a young player from Serbia. So yeah, here he is, a new champion, beat old champion maybe.
Another upset.
Yeah, exactly.
Santos Latasa Jaime drew the game against
he drew. He
Timur
managed
Rajabov.
to.
So he managed, yes, to go through the next round, beating number 1 Azerbaijan player.
And all Azeris players are already back home, if we can say so, because if Nijat Abbasov didn't win, and I think his game is also finished, he is eliminated, so is Mamedov Rauf. So no Azeri player made it to round number 4 in both sections.
Surprisingly true.
So totally. While the winner of the World Cup in 2021, Jan Krzysztof Duda, the Polish star, doesn't make it any easier. I thought he was having a better position a few moves back. It is still quite promising because the h4 pawn is in danger, but somehow there is not so much time on Jan Krzysztof clock, and it can be a pure thriller. Jan is extremely good at playing in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I commented so many games of him when normal people would already die out of heart attack, and he is still finding computer moves, which is ridiculous. But of course, well, it would be better to play it normally. Now, Rook e2. Yes.
Just some updates about the result. Ivanchuk indeed won the game, and he is knocking out Wei. Wow, it's good for the veteran today.
Exactly. Svidar made it through, Ivanchuk made it through. I think both players were awarded white cards by FIDE. So was Hikaru Nakamura. So if you want to make it far, you should get a white card from FIDE. Excuse me, I would like to get white card next time.
And also Wang Hao is going through after drawing the second game against David Howell, and their first game was ended with victory for Wang Hao.
Yeah, Wang Hao retired, but he's back and play on the very high level.
Abbasov has finished and he won.
What?
He won. Let's quickly take a look what happened in their game.
What happened then? I mean, we will come back to Jan Krzysztof game, but
wow,
we already thought we already told that all Azeri players.
Should be over. But no.
But what?
No.
So you should check results before announcing such a huge things. Anish went knight e7, and after that here he must have blundered something because it's still quite playable. Yeah. So what did he blunder? Okay, he made the blunder here because it was still okay.
Knight
yeah.
d6 and
Queen d8, and it's okay. It's still
d8,
it's unpleasant but playable, and he just blundered m8. Yeah.
And then if rook f4, there's just rook c8 and the rook on g8 is
No,
hanging.
it's not the point. What is the point after that? You just you have to play. Maybe he lost on time actually, because he couldn't make it. Okay, that's not so obvious why it is. Okay, it should be over because you barely can move. Yeah, but wow. Okay, so still Azeri player in a game. We have Etienne Bacro on the camera, so let's go there. Etienne is having bishop up with black pieces. That would be kind of upset because Yu Yangi is very high rated, and now Etienne has offered swap of the rooks. If the rooks are exchanged, the rest is probably easy, so that Yangi decided not to exchange it, but it is definitely technically winning position. That would be my assumption. Somehow you should be able to make your rook into the second rank, and later, rook goes to e3. That was played by Etienne, and now the plan, I mean, it was rook f2, rook here, and rook e3. And the plan is to play bishop b5, rook e2, and then you are forcing your opponent to change the rooks. And because of the fact that you possess the b7 pawn, you should be able to win. The wrong corner shouldn't stop you from that. So it should be winning, but there can be some tricks, like maybe also you go with a king to the corner or something. But with this pawn, it is always winning, I think, because you can. Yeah, it should be winning.
Yeah, this could be an upset, and it's a good news for my ping pong gang because everyone is through to the next round. Ni Hao just drew the second game against Deak, where he won the first game, so he is through. So Ni Hao, Pragnananda, Arjun, and Ray, they're all through to the next round.
You will be able to improve your ping pong skills to enormous level if they make it farther.
And Radek won the second game as well.
Did he?
He did, yes.
Because just before it was a drawn position, but maybe opponent.
Maybe opponent over push, yeah, because he needed to win. And Sanal Wahab indeed won the second game, beating Anton Korbov.
Yeah, simply the coverage stopped, so that I didn't see the result of Radek. Good for me. Radek is the first Polish player to make it to the next round, and Jan Krzysztof Duda is still fighting, but so far we are following the game of Etienne Bacro. But we should move to Jules Moussard versus Wesley So comeback, because it seems now Jules Moussard is about to make a huge upset. This position, according to the engine, is completely winning. He has 50 seconds on the clock. If he plays rook e6, the bishop is under attack, and there are some huge problems, because if you go here, maybe I just come back or something. it should be completely devastating. And if I go to 7th rank, it's even worse. So, okay, but anyway, you don't have to possess an engine. It looks totally done. Even
Yeah.
queen c4 should be pretty good. Yeah, queen f7, I don't know, rook e6 now with rook g6 ideas.
Wow.
Maybe you can even try to collect the pawn in a simple way, like primitive. But then maybe it's not the best.
They played some move there.
Queen c4 check.
Queen c4, king h7.
King h7. You can play for a trick now, queen d3, with an idea of this, but it's
No, he played rook e6.
or queen e6. Queen
queen
e6.
e6, queen
I
e6.
don't. I'm not exactly sure if he should change queens. Sorry, queen c4, queen here, and queen e6. That's questionable. That's actually a wrong move according to the engine, because rook f8 and played by Wesley. So fantastic move, threatening mate in one. Now they exchanged queens, but it may be not winning because you still have to win one of the pawns. And how? Not so easy. Why
Why
he?
he's changing the queen?
Yeah, the
but
queen.
He's attacking the king, and he needs that queen.
That was a very stupid decision by Jules. He will regret it if not winning this position, because when you are about to mate, you shouldn't exchange queens without any gains. If he would have won a pawn already, that's very pragmatic. But now, okay, he still is pressing, because it's very easy to blunder a pawn. Bishop f8 played. Maybe not even you have kind of that plan, a5, a6, rook b8, rook b7. But anyway, he was much closer to the victory than he is now. Rook c8 played with an intention of giving check at some point, controlling the c5 pawn. Now he has to win it once again, but he has just a few seconds on his clock. It won't be easy for Jules Moussat. How much does he have? 15 seconds, if I do see it correctly on the camera. I'm not exactly sure. Wesley saw 37 seconds or 30. It's also very tough task for him. Although he looks like he would be playing a friendly game in a bar, yeah, like completely relaxed. But I think he shows his nerves in this manner, yeah, because you are just about to be eliminated. King to g6, rook c6 check, and where he goes with a king, king f7. What? He gave a pawn just like that?
I think we can have the whole screen for this one, so we can quickly take a look what's happening in their game.
I admire what Wesley did. I always believe that activity is extremely important in endgames, and his king from h7 is now on c4. What an amazing walk. He preferred to give a pawn to get his activity, and now of course he should be in no danger because his king is much better than the white king. Of course white is pawn up, but maybe it is not so important. So Jules really,
I think he should be regretting his decision.
of course, totally. I mean, because it's very hard to explain. There was no single threat by Wesley Son at that very moment, and he instead of trying to mate the opponent, he just exchanged queens and gave opponent chance to survive in the ending.
Wow.
Of course, it's still it's very like playable position. It's an endgame. It should end quickly, but you are not sure. I mean, rook f7 may be not the most precise move because even some bishop endings are not easy at some point. What is his next move? He won't play rook a7. Maybe king h3, king h4. White can go for a pawn. It's very complex position and actually pretty dramatic. h3, oh, that's not the move to win the game, because I think you should rather try to win this pawn, not exchange this pawn. But okay, maybe it's also some idea. h3. We have Wesley. He played bishop g7. That was his plan, to go for a rook endgame. But is it? Maybe it's easy draw. Maybe it's an easy draw.
Yeah, I think it should be very easy to hold this.
That's tricky. Like if you go here, here, and here, is it a simple draw? I wouldn't be so sure. I wasn't like rook h8, rook h5 was an option to win the pawn. but maybe it wasn't offering that much. If the pawns would be, of course, a bit more advanced, then two connected pawns should be enough to win, but they are quite far away. And rook behind the pawn, it should be good move by Wesley.
Yep.
And
Another rook endgame. We'll be seeing lots of rook endgames, I think, from basically from every tournament.
King e3. Yeah, now it's probably a question of few precise moves, and yeah, Jules Moussat will be extremely unhappy. While at that very moment, his compatriot of Jules Moussat, Etienne Bacro, is about to beat Yu Yangyi, so it will be another Chinese upset. Wei Yi was eliminated by Vasily Ivanchuk, while in this encounter Etienne Bacro will eliminate Yu Yangyi. And also Duda is now winning with Ivan Cheparinov. So while here we are about to see a draw, I suppose. Maybe. Okay, Duda is winning. So which game is still interesting? Duda won. Duda won already. So
Duda is through to the next round.
Yeah, two Polish players. Good for me. I will have to people to support from home. And also, I think Salem Saleh was about to win. Did he win? Did he finish?
Salem won.
Salem won, so Salem made it through. Here we have a draw, so if I am not mistaken, the only remaining game is a game of Etienne Bacro, and Etienne is completely winning because you won't make it to the wrong corner, though that pawn will never go to a file. You just put your bishop on a6 and you are easily winning, so it will be decided.
Yeah, there are two games still playing. It's Bacro versus Yangyi.
And Amin Bassem. So let's go to Amin because it's much more interesting. Niels Grandelius from Sweden won the first game, but in the second game he is bishop down. We will see our lovely endgame rook and bishop versus rook. Although there is still a pawn on g4. That means that they can play this for ages. You first has to win the pawn, and later you have to try to win the position. Although being the defendant, being Niels here, I would probably give the pawn as quick as possible because it's sometimes tricky with this pawn. There, you don't have those stalemates ideas.
You can even have rook f3 here if you want, I think.
Oh yeah, that's maybe even. Yeah, maybe that's also good, yeah, because just this and this, yes. So that's also pretty good. And well, objectively it is a draw, but of course in any situation better side should try, because I mean there were so many examples, even strong players losing this endgame. I am pretty sure you've discussed it with Vichy when Daneshva tried to beat Gorishchuk. I've seen even, I think it was Ivanchuk-Leko game at the Olympiad 2008 in Dresden, or 2008.
2008, it was Dresden, yes.
And it started with some pawns, and it was drawn, but I think the one of the players, maybe it was Ivanchuk, lost this drawn endgame within 3 moves, because it was very unfortunate position when it started, but it was still drawn, but you had to you couldn't use all those resources you usually have in a rook bishop versus rook, so you had to be very precise. And that's it. What he took, did he take this with a king and he forgot about that? So he even didn't make it to the Jesus. Why he did it?
He maybe completely forgot about it.
But after this there is also check here.
Yeah, okay, so do not take the pawn.
You should not. You should not take the pawn. But It's not like he missed the winning chance, but he missed the opportunity to continue the match. So very disappointing for Amim Bassam. He was still in a game, and well, for us it's maybe good because we would be commenting 50 moves. For other players who are waiting to start another game, which will start in 10 minutes.
Yeah, they will start their second rapid section of the tiebreak, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds in 10 minutes. So we will have 4 tiebreaks in the open and 2 tiebreaks in the women's section, because Narva Mai fought back and won the second game against Tanzongi. And Harika Dronafali, we saw having 2 draws against Laja Fakishvili. So their matches will be on the next stage of the tiebreak. So yes, don't go anywhere, because we will come back after a short break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back. Now we are going into the second section of the rapid tiebreak, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And we will be watching 4 tiebreak matches in the open section and 2 tiebreak matches in the women's section. And there in the camera, we see Anish Giri playing with black pieces, and we have a lift-off. They shook hands, first move d4 and knight f6. And we see from the previous tiebreak, so many upsets happening. Rajabov got knocked out by Jaime Santos Latasa, and Yuyanyu also. Bakro is, according to Fishy, already one of the veterans.
Yeah, sure,
Yes.
totally. I mean, 40 years old is a veteran, like, fully. And we can see 2 other upsets because Nijat Abbasov surely can produce one. Same goes for Jules Moussad. Anish changed slightly the opening. He was taking earlier the pawns on c4. Now he didn't take it, so slight change to the previous game, but it didn't go well. So he decided to do something else. Now we see the game. The moves are added, but for a reason, we do have them.
Yes. And also in the women's section, we saw Alexander Kosteniuk got eliminated by the Serbian Teodora Injac, and Zhu Jiner crossing through to the next round, beating Julia Osmak 2-0.
Well, the fact that Alexandra is being eliminated, it's kind of shocking for me, and it only underlines how strong the Teodora played.
Yeah, I mean, she was playing way above her level for sure. It was 2 fantastic games by Teodora, right?
Exactly. And while we would like to see all those experienced, very successful players going through, we also love underdogs beating the stars. So I am really looking forward for what Teodora will do further. We should also say that she's from Serbia, which is the very chess-like country. The former grandmaster Alisa Maric was maybe even prime minister or very close to the government circles.
She was the sport minister of the
sport
Serbian.
minister, which is huge anyway. Which shows what kind of discipline chess is in Serbia. There is huge respect for the game, and of course players from Serbia used to be much stronger. We all remember how strong country it is, who Lubomir Lubojevic or Svetozar Gligoric were, but now maybe the Serbian players are not among the world's top, but still the love for chess is huge in the country, and I think it will be very nice for the country to see Teodora doing that well.
Yes, and let's see this game between Abbasov, Nijat versus Anish Giri. So far, so quiet, yeah? Like, it's quite a peaceful opening for both sides.
Yeah. But now the situation, of course, has changed. Nijat doesn't have to produce the victory. It is like we start from 0, and it's not guaranteed that Anish with white pieces will be so successful as he was. So that's why Nijat is just playing, not burning bridges, because now it's just another stage, another match, and that's my feeling. That usually it's also good for the underdog when the match goes further, because it is Anish who has to. Injac only once. That's, in my opinion, significant difference. Because if for one player it's just a chance, opportunity, and for other kind of obligation, of course Anish would feel bad being eliminated by a player around 26-30. Even if Injac was rated 26-70 or 80, I mean it's still not the level of world elite. So Anish is considered of course a pure favorite in this match, but it is very, very tough.
Yeah, it's very tough. And Peter Svidler is waiting for the winner of this match to be his next opponent.
Well, the match Svidler-Giri would be very tough for Peter because he already told that his opening preparation is, he doesn't work on openings on a daily basis, while Anish, of course, is probably the best prepared player under the sun, or one of. So it would be challenging on this opening stage. So maybe silently he hopes that Anish is eliminated, or maybe completely the other way around. Maybe he wants to play with a younger, strong player just to show how strong he is.
I think Peter is indifferent about it. I think
whatever
he
will be, he will just
like
play.
So, okay, Sarah. Because also in one of his interviews, he said, against these young players, you shouldn't even prepare the first move. So his main preparation is actually binge watching some TV shows.
Please, dear viewers, if you start your career of a chess player, never listen to advices from Peter Svidler. Sometimes you should prepare. Though, of course, such an experienced player as Peter, he's capable of developing correct moves in the opening even without checking the lines before the round. So, but you have to be an extremely strong player to be able to do that. And anyway, I wouldn't advise that playing Anish Giri.
Yes, and we see some exchanges there on the board. Bishop takes f3, queen takes f3. Well, the position has been looking quite equal for both sides. And again, this is their first game again in a tight score, so nothing really at stakes yet. So probably they will just take it easy for this one, and probably Anish as white player later on the second game will be pressing a bit more.
Anish has a face now of what do you want, man? It's like why do we still playing? We should shake hands and that's it. And probably that is what the position really is. It's very dry. The heavy pieces should disappear soon, and the end game should be drawn. But in the very first game, we've seen that actually in both games, which finished with the victory of white player, that it seemed drawn or very close to it at different stages. So it's probably too early to draw conclusions because mistakes happened in this match, and from both sides, and quite significant in rather calm positions, so it is not over yet, I suppose.
Yep, probably we can see the next game. Wesley So against Moussard.
Wesley So against Jules Moussard. What was in the previous game? It was some different opening, I think. The position was totally different, so I think it was... but we remember that Jules decided to exchange queens in completely winning position. So
it was anti-Berlin before.
Anti-Berlin, and now it is just Rui Lopez. So different attitude by Wesley. He didn't like maybe what he got in this anti-Berlin, and now we have very well-known structure with many nuances. What is good news for Jules is that he is 2 minutes up on the clock. Not so much at that point, but in a few moments it can turn out pretty serious. That's really the tricky moment now, because a few minutes back they had 25 minutes, which is a lot, and now they have less than half of that amount. It can quickly finishes in some time trouble, as people sometimes really are in the mood of playing in some kind of, let's say, tempo,
Right.
and then it's very, very hard to switch to playing quicker. And he played c4, did he? Ooh, what is this move all about? The idea is that if we take here, maybe e4 is at some point hanging, so some move, maybe even immediately taking, but probably knight a5 he has in mind. And after that, bc4, it can be really sound. Such positions can be even unpleasant for white because b3 square is weak, e4 pawn is under pressure, while d6 is not really a weakness, so it can be better for Wesley. Luckily for Jules, he probably shouldn't take, and it's good, like he comes back. And this position actually can be tricky for black in that at that moment, because those pawns on the king side may be not so good, while d5 is rather out of question for the moment. But okay, those are deep nuances now, and after bishop c2 you are also not obliged to take. Jules decided to take a b5, which is pretty surprising move. Can I take here?
Yeah, that looks like a very natural move to take on the light squared bishop.
Yeah, but maybe it's just bad, but because here, and
You just knight d5 is there.
yeah, you cannot take the pawn because you are pawn down, and if you take this, I play this, and you probably has to take, I take the pawn. So this is impossible to take here, so you have to recapture. Now, okay, though Wesley is calculating it since he didn't respond, but this is being forced. But I'm not sure if it was a good decision, because we probably get the similar position.
He took on b5.
But with those pawns, it was a chance to play against the pawn on a6. So if he would have kept the pawns on the board, I think it would be better for white. Because now I am pretty sure black is totally fine, and not that better. But if there is no weakness on a6, I think it's just it should be an easy game for black.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. For some reason, I think Jules is taking a rather passive approach in this game, because he normally plays quite an aggressive open chess.
Well, it is difficult to play those guys from the world's top. Especially with limited experience. Jules is, of course, a player with some experience, but he's not playing 27-50 plus guys on daily basis. He surely played some games with Maxime Vacher-Lagrave in some maybe French championship. He played some last Olympiad. He even played for French team on the first board, because Maxime and Firouzja didn't participate. But still, this is not like he plays. He played so many games with 27, 60, 70, 80 guys. So you can be terrified. That's just it.
But he clearly had a very good preparation prior to his participation here in the World Cup, because he participated also in the Bill Grandmasters Triathlon, where Lee Kwang Lim won it. It's a very strong event. David Nalvara, Arjun Erigaisi, Vincent Keimer. We have a draw on the first board. That was quite expected, yeah?
Yeah, from the position, yes, but from the match, not, because it's a first draw in a tiebreak. Later they exchanged shots. Now it's a draw. And of course, Anish is quite happy. His white color is pretty strong, but it doesn't mean anything yet. We already told that Injac was eliminated. He is not. He is still fighting, and I am pretty sure that it will be a good fight in game number 4 of the rapid section.
Let's take a look quickly at the next board. Lee Kwang Lim versus Ponomariov. We haven't really seen their games in the first section of the rapid tiebreak.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting game. It started with Nimzo, but the structure which we have on the board is far from Nimzo-like, because Liam decided to go for this variation, and here e4, quick e4, e5 resulted in completely different. Okay, those are quite known structures, but it's not very common that black is able to push the pawn until all the way until f4. What somehow happened here? Probably Liam misplayed it somehow. He thought he can collect the pawn, but I really like that position for black, to be honest. No risk, and this is kind of a closed position, and usually knights should be better, yeah?
But can you just play that f3 here? And it's also, I think, a pretty quiet position for knight f3, not f3, because you want to protect g5 pawn.
You mean knight f3?
Yeah, knight f3.
Yeah, you can do that, yeah, but I think that it can be tricky for white. Yeah, bishop d7, attacking the pawn. You probably what you do actually?
Maybe just king e2, rook g1.
Yeah, this. Let's say, can I eat it?
Yeah, rook a g1.
And I just come back.
Mm.
Although my pieces are a bit. Yeah, but I can play rook f7, knight f8. You won't threat anything, and then I slowly maybe try something on the other side. He played. You understand male players so much better than girls. Yeah, but well, okay, it shouldn't be so bad for white, but surely black is not worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's also interesting. Ruswan, experienced player, he even didn't think for a second to take.
Bishop,
yeah, immediately came
bishop
back.
d7 has to.
He didn't want to give
And
this
maybe-
bishop
yeah.
because if you give this bishop, maybe you are lost. Just show it that after this maybe very quickly bishop comes. I mean, maybe it's still playable, but it looks terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that bishop can go there. So he keeps the bishop.
But it's also probably now king e1 or king d1 with the idea of bishop f1, bishop h3.
Yeah, but this is quite different. If you
Yeah, it is
exchange light
different.
square bishops, then this bishop for a knight, especially that this knight has no bright future. You can't see a square for it. Yes, while if I play, let's say, rook somewhere, knight here, maybe I can somehow jump this knight somewhere to a4. There are some prospects, though those knights can jump somewhere. Well, and this knight is quite good in defending h8 square, which can be important. Maybe white should anyway play something like king somewhere, bishop e2, so that you can move it to h5. But it's so much easier, in my opinion, to make some maneuvers being black than white. So it's very interesting position, to be honest. No queens, but it can get really tense very soon because we have 7 pawns for both sides.
Yes. And Lee Kwang Lim, as we know, is the former World Blitz champion. So playing in the shorter time control is not a difficult task for him.
He's in general a fantastic player.
Obviously.
I would say that he could be even higher rated, but the problem is that he's not a full-time professional. He's working at Webster University
As a trainer.
as a trainer, which is extremely surprising that a player of this caliber can work as a coach at the university. There is something clearly wrong with the situation that such a strong player is a coach. And
King d1.
yeah, King d1. Yeah, you know everything about them. Because normally I would believe such a player is playing all the time in top events, but simply he's not 2760, 2780, and not invited for those events where he could perform really well because he's an extremely strong player.
Look, he's just listening to me. King d1, bishop f1, bishop h3 is on board.
Excuse me, dear organizers, if you are lacking of a player, if you have a spot in a close tournament, please invite Irene Sukandar to play in, because she is no worse than Liam Lequang or any other top players. She understands all the happenings better than I do. Don't invite me.
No, I think because I've played a lot of open tournaments instead of women tournaments, so I think that's also affecting my style of playing as well.
It's interesting that engine shows it's nothing wrong with
wrong.
white position, but I would say black is winning. If I would be black, I would really love it. I would consider, oh, this is weakness. So a6, I can exchange it, but I can also attack it. I think if I, let's say, play, I don't know, you play something like this, I go here, you go, let's say, here, I would think something like this is almost over, yeah? Because
So I think you have to play a4 first and to stop it, and then rather to have the rook on a1 instead of b1.
okay, so let's say we play a4.
Before, you don't have to push to go rook b1 first, just play a4 in the, yes, this one.
But
But then but if knight b6 can be free, and then you cannot make any progress there.
I don't know, but it will also the other plan may be to exchange both rooks, because if rooks are exchanged, this king has a bright future here. I am pretty sure Ruslan is doing very nice, and actually engine says he's winning after rook h8.
Ooh, rook h8.
Just you swap the rooks, and king is he went for knight b6,
Knight
which
b6.
also looks tempting, but maybe it actually doesn't change much. Maybe you can do it anyway, and but you have to develop this concept that after swapping the rooks, your king is he doesn't look for it. But anyway,
He can move around and then make
Yeah,
the
yeah,
move
yeah.
later, yeah.
But if he won't win it, he will regret it badly, because it was like this kind of positional decision that you exchange pieces, right pieces, and your position improves. So it is sometimes much easier to play chess in that manner. You just think which pieces to exchange instead of calculating it all. But maybe Ruslan has some other plan in mind, and it can be equally good as well. He knows.
He knows his stuff.
Yeah, exactly, and but it's an extremely suspicious position. All endgames. I mean, we have the endgame, but after simplifying it further, it can be even more challenging for white. Time is equal. Position is inviting for black. Ruslan Ponomaryov may create serious problems for DM like Wang, and then he would be advancing to the next round. Yeah, no, it's a first game. Sorry,
It's first game.
it's a first game. So, but winning with black would be, of course, meaningful.
Yeah, it seems like. Can we show the current position on the board? That Ruslan is not playing ambitiously. He's just, let me reroute my knight, and now playing b6, and now he's doing it. He's changing his rook on h8.
Yeah, that's smart what he did, but of course a bit too late probably. But still, I mean, position didn't change that much. Yeah, his knight is probably worse placed, but still, if he exchanged the rooks, the choice for white is very unpleasant. I mean, because now you realize this. Okay, I exchange rooks, king comes. If I keep the rooks, then it's not anyhow better. So. Very difficult position for the favorite. It would be it would be just an upset. Liam is definitely favorite in this match.
Yeah. Well, sadly, the bishop on d2 is not doing anything. That's the source of all the suffering that white is currently
Usually,
having.
I have a huge satisfaction winning such games, because it's a purely positional victory. Yeah, it is just like the white player wanted to have some game, but he ended up with a very poor bishop, and you just win step by step, improving your pieces, exchanging the correct pieces.
Right.
It even feels better than some immediate attack after multiple sacrifices, because this anyone can do, yeah. But to win some positional masterpiece, then it's better. Lately, I played a game which later some friends told me that I produced a masterpiece. The problem is that I didn't win it.
Oh.
I played it all the way okay with a strong player, and in the end, when it was about to convert, of course I blundered, and instead of a masterpiece it was master disappointed.
Oh no.
Disappointment.
I'm so sorry.
Just another day in the office. I am quite good at spoiling my chances. Another offer of exchanging the rooks, just have a look at this. If we change and play knight h4 to block G6 square, probably we just are able to play something like this, later attack the pawn, and you have no time to regroup your pieces or no squares. We just attack the pawn, we later win it, and I mean, this bishop is just of no use. It's just a piece which could equally disappear, and the position would be also at very bad. So I mean, it's just totally lost from the positional point of view. What Liam would dream to do would be to complicate the matters. But how? What can you do? I mean, I will even not allow you to give the pawn. I mean, even if you would like to go here and here, I would just play a5, knight c8 in the worst scenario, yes. But now probably g5 pawn is just trapped at some point. So very, very difficult position for the player living in USA but representing Vietnam for all his life.
Right. Well.
And what is happening in Wesley? So we should come back there because the position is very complex.
Yeah, it looks very complex indeed. And
it can go either way. It can go either way. Engine may even prefer black, but I would say that I would be a dreamer being white here, that I can produce some mate on the diagonal. Like my next move would be king h2 and later something. Knight f6 is all the time in the office. Okay, maybe black is just totally fine, pretty solid, but even knight c5 is okay. You cannot take because of this, of course. But now knight c5 is a threat. I think Wesley should be careful, and actually he is taking his time. Yep. 1 minute 50, 2 minutes 54.
He's taking.
Oh, he swapped
the knights on e4. But it's dangerous now because the bishop on b1 is ready
that's
to
why
play.
he probably should play g6 after this, yes, even giving the pawn. But let's say this.
But that's a tough call to make. But he indeed played it now.
He will. I mean, that was his point, that in this position, it is not about material, it is about activity. And dark square bishop of Wesley So is just a fantastic piece now. So he is of no risk. Maybe even from practical point of view, he can somehow create some problems. Though you have no idea to put the rook on the second round. If you would be able to put it on the second round and somehow press on this diagonal on f2, black should be doing okay. But this bishop is not maybe the most active piece. But it controls a2 square and it's just enough. So maybe white will play g3, king g2, h4, forcing h5. You have to be careful. If white goes to h5, it is once again some attack. So probably h5. But then some g4, h5, it still can go mad at some point. So while I think black is totally fine, well, you are pawn down. There are some tricks with c5, with h4, h5. It can be still very, very full of emotions.
Right.
Harika won.
Harika won, so that's one decisive result there in the women's section. Tanzongi is looking like a much better position. And let's take a look at the FIDE's game, because we haven't seen it in this tiebreak.
Oh, does he participate in this tournament? Of course, Vidit is one of the players who can make it far. Last edition, we've seen that he lost in a quarterfinal to young Krzysztof Duda after a very interesting battle. Now he is fighting Matthias Blubaum. It's another tiebreak for Vidit. In the first tiebreak he beat Dimitrios Mastrovasilis after many, many draws. Now it's a similar story. I think they drew all their games. So Vidit is well prepared. Vidit is solid.
They're actually in the first tiebreak. It was decisive results for both of them.
It was.
Yeah, Vidit won the first game.
Wow.
And then Vidit lost the first game and then won the second game. So, yeah.
I didn't notice at all. I thought Vidit is only capable of making draws.
Yeah, in the classical matches, they had 2 draws.
So good for Vidit. He's my teammate in a Novibor chess team. We played on some occasions in the same team. and of course he is a very strong player. And now he is winning.
Yep, it's looking like it. White is
Pin.
better.
You
Pin.
already told that pins are dangerous, and we see that they really are. Rook c7, you can capture because there is nothing like bishop g6. You cannot take because of what? Because of fork. So this, if you take at the end, there is knight f7. That's what Matthias Bluebaum probably has overlooked. And if you play any other move like this, I don't know, in the worst case, I can't even take. I mean, just to show that this is completely lost.
Yeah, so a mistake, but in the previous position as well, I think FIDE is pressing anyway, so I don't know, maybe Matthias Bluebaum is just forcing matters.
It was, wait a second, rook a5, this. But he wasn't forced to go for this, yes? I don't understand something. Okay, rook c7. So he allowed the opponent to unpin. Okay, a5 pawn, a pawn should be very strong here, but now maybe it's not so simple. Now maybe it is not so simple.
He took on c7, knight c7, and bishop c4.
Okay, that should be pretty simple plan now.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
pure technique there.
maybe it's not the best, but I wouldn't think. I would just bring the king to d4 and I would be happy, because if I would go with a pawn, I would feel it's maybe not the best. But knight e8, very nice move by Matthias, though I don't know, maybe it was possible to take. No, computer says it's a huge mistake. So very good move by Vidit, because after this he wants to take with a pawn, probably bishop b5, and he would have two passers in this position, so very strong play.
And let's quickly come back to the Wesley's game. Oh man, look at the position right now on the board. He has a humongous advantage currently.
Yeah, because that bishop was good to protect this, but it's not good on the other side of the board, and it's of no use. And actually, how did it happen? G4 was premature. Yeah. He played G4. He forgot about that move. That's pretty. He played for a victory, but now, yeah.
And we have another result on the top women's board. I think Narva Mai lost again.
Once again with white, and now she once again has to win with black.
Yes.
What a match!
That's correct. That's correct. So
it's maybe the most dramatic match in this event.
They didn't have any draws, I think. Even in the classical matches, it was
no. In a classical, it was 2 draws because
2 draws, that's right,
she was winning in the second game, and it was eventually draw. But yeah, it was extremely tough game for Tan. And now d7 played by Jules Moussad. He's just one step from promoting, and there is a choice. Queen h4 is probably good, but you can also play rook a8, which is maybe even stronger, because the rook is kind of useless here. You just give the rook an important task, and probably Wesley is about to win. He collected the pawn though, which is a decent choice, and yeah, it's probably that position for white, because simply it's very hard to continue, and even because that wait a second, that's a mate in one here. So is it the position?
No, Queen h4. Hang on. So d7, rook a8, and then rook e1, Queen h4.
Okay.
So just reverse. And there is a result there in the Likonlim versus
Ruslan win?
I think Ruslan should be winning this position.
Yeah, Ruslan Ponomariov wins with black. It is a slightly surprising result. Higher rated player in this match is Liam, and he lost with white color. So Ruslan Ponomariov, who won
one step closer to
the
next round.
So it was Queen f3, Rook d8, Rook e4, It's lost. It's lost. But now bishop will go to c4, attacking f7. Some little chances are still there. But of course, the rule is that if you are attacking with opposite color bishops, you have just one piece up in the attack. And here it feels like black is still attacking and also being 2 pawns up. So it is definitely winning position. But okay, on 40 seconds, after several hours of playing, that won't be maybe that easy. Rook a7, very nice move, activating his rook. Bishop is where? Is it on c4 already? Yeah, it is. Rook a7, king g2.
And rook a7, yeah, king g2.
Yeah, now rook a2 would be not so good because of mate in 2. Probably. But after this, maybe he will even try to reject the...
Queen g5, check.
Yeah, probably rook g4 would
Rook
happen.
g4. And
Queen f6, then rook f... maybe...
no,
Yeah, you also have to
queen
be...
e7, just queen e7.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just wanted to say that you have to understand if it's winning or not all the time, all those exchanges. So
Queen d8, he chose d8 square for the queen. Yeah, this is tense moment because you have to prove that you are 2 pawns up and much better position, but can you win this position?
yeah, normally I would say that I have no doubt that Wesley would win it, because I find him to be very efficient in such positions. But in a cup, when he has just little time, it's just what, 17 seconds, anything can happen.
Rook a2, attacking f2, I think rook f4 or something, eh? Rook f4 has to be played.
What he is thinking about? Does he have any other move than rook f4 here?
Maybe he's worried about queen
bishop
g5.
e2. Bishop e2 also he has, yeah.
Because after rook f4 there's queen g5. But that should be fine, isn't it? Okay, there's going to be some mass there after queen g5, but maybe that's what he's calculating right now.
Something like this. But okay, f5, if it is a winning move, you will always think for 2 seconds. Okay, but that's pretty easy. Because there is just one check and that's it. So, yeah, I would be extremely surprised.
Rook f4. He played rook
queen
f4, queen
g5.
g5.
Yeah.
Yes.
That should be it.
Wesley must have seen this sequence. King f1.
Yeah. Okay, even f5 immediately is good enough. But rook a1 is even better. So, yeah, it will be a victory for Wesley. So, I don't know if we can say that he is lucky in this World Cup, because at the end of the day you just have to beat opponents no matter how, but he was very close
F5.
to be eliminated by Emre Can. And in a previous game, if Jules Moussard wouldn't have had exchanging queens, he would have won. It was very, very close.
Right.
And now, yeah, winning with black. So at this stage, we will have only black victories, yes? Because draw in Anish Giri game. Wesley so winning with Jules Moussard with black. Ruslan Polnomaryov winning with Le Quang Liam with black. And it will be probably draw. Draw.
It's a draw. It's a draw between FIDE versus Mateusz Bulbom.
Yeah, Vidit had his chances. We've seen that he was probably winning at some point, but that was tough. And now Wesley so won his game. Jules Moussard extremely disappointed. He knows that now he is far away from qualification, which was so close. If only he would try to mate the opponent in the previous game, he would be already celebrating. But now he is trying to equalize the score with black pieces. It will be almost impossible versus Wesley So.
Almost impossible, yeah.
Wesley is a monster.
I totally agree with you. Okay, so that is our first game in the second section of the rapid tiebreak. So we have two decisive results in the women's section. Tan Zhongyi won against Narvamai, and Harika won against Javakishvili Lela. And in the open section, we have 2 decisive results and also 2 draws. So don't go anywhere, because the second game of the 10 minutes plus 10 second tiebreak will be starting after the break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined by young Christoph Duda, current world champion winner in Sochi and already qualified for the 4th round after defeating his opponent Cheparinov in the tiebreaks. Jan, I expect you're happy to have qualified in the tiebreaks. Tell us a bit about the tiebreak game and in general about the match with Cheparinov, a very strong opponent.
Yeah, I'm of course very happy to clinch this match, because Ivan is, anything but easy opponent, and I don't think I won the game against him before. He's very stubborn, and in general, I think he's like at least in top 3, in my opinion, of these players, like a little bit below 2700 right now. But of course, I mean, he's in the past he was working with Topalov and other strong players. So I mean, his openings are good, and in general, he's quite stubborn. So yeah, I'm very happy. But the games were anything but easy. Okay, with black, I actually managed to equalize. I spent some time in the opening to make sure I didn't blunder anything, but okay, that was quite a boring game, one could say. In the second one, we got the Berlin on the game, and I think he was surprised by this, which, to be honest, is kind of strange to me, because like I think in the on the last occasion I actually won the game in entering, the pure Berlin game. So yeah, and somehow I got, the setup. I like to play with white with extra tempo, because we played bishop before, which I mean, of course, must be like good enough for black. But okay, I mean, extra tempo is always nice. And then I thought I was outplaying him a little bit. I mean, my position was just much easier to play. Like, and I was never really risking anything. But then I allowed some counterplay, and also. Yeah, I mean, I was ahead on the time, and was totally in command, but then started, thinking a bit too much, and also my position got, worse and worse. So, but of course, I was pressing all the time, and it felt like he should have equalized at some moment. I mean, at least I thought so, but I didn't see quite, anything like direct for him, and. Okay, in the time scramble, I mean, I was just more active, so.
Does seem that he probably thought he'd equalize, because I actually saw him come out of the playing hall. I didn't see the end of the game, but he was visibly angry with himself, or at least disappointed. So maybe he sensed he was near a draw situation, and then with low on time, he blundered at some point.
Yeah, most probably he was. I wasn't very convincing in this end game, that's for sure, and. Yeah, I guess I should have played better, but hopefully it was good enough. And also in the classical, in our classical games, in the first one, I was pressing with black at some point, and one point I think I was even winning, and I did see this line, but rejected it for some reason, and then I was pawn up in the end game. But to my surprise, this end game was quite drawn, quite easily drawn. And in the second game, I mean, with white, I didn't have any special idea on this very setup he had chosen, and I mean, it was just a very boring draw.
So you're going from one very strong 2700 grandmaster to Resday and Baham Maksudlu from Iran, a very strong grandmaster himself. Every round is getting more difficult. Have you played with Parham before? I'm sure you have. What are your results with him? How does he face up as a contender for the next round?
We haven't played any classical chess.
It's a surprise for me, actually.
Yeah, and we played a bit of rapid, and probably only rapid. I mean, there could have been some big game, which now I consider to be rapid, but I mean, only shorter time controls in general. Yeah, and I think I lost like almost all of the games, to be honest. I mean, I was like okay in most of them, but in the end, somehow, you know, he tricked me. So yeah, I mean, of course, Parham is a very strong opponent, and yeah, but it will be interesting actually because as I said, we haven't played that many games.
So you'll try and get it done in the classical games then?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, of course, I mean, I'm pressing with white in each game, but you know, sometimes it's not enough. So let's see. Yeah.
For sure, an interesting matchup. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks. I'm joined by Chinese Grandmaster Zhu Jiner, who has just defeated Julia Osmak and qualified for the fourth round. Zhu Jiner, I expect you're happy to win 2-0 against Julia Osmak?
Yes, it's a good result.
A good result. Can you tell us a bit about the tiebreak?
Yeah, it's very hard competition, and I feel not so confident in the opening, but then I just play keeping play, and then she made some mistakes, and then well I won the game.
So now you play in the fourth round against your teammate from China, Tang Zhongzi. Do you think you are a favorite in the game, or do you think it will be 50-50?
I just try my best to play. I don't think too many about the result. Okay.
Thank you for the interview and good luck in this game.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the second game of the second section of Rapid Tiebreak, and we still have 4 matches in the open section and 2 matches in the women's section.
I think not all of them will go to the next stage. Some of them should be finished. Wesley So is very, very close to make it farther. He won with black. The same goes to Ruslan Ponomaryov. They are both experienced. They are both keeping white pieces. They are really very, very close to make it farther. While Anish Giri and Mateusz Bluebaum with white pieces, they will surely press on Nijat Abbasov and Vidit respectively. Of course, while Anish is a huge favorite, it can't be we cannot say that about Mateusz Bluebaum, who is probably the underdog in the match, but he's very strong with white pieces, so it won't be easy for Vidit to save this game, definitely. And in the ladies section, we've seen 2 results.
2 decisive results,
two
yes.
decisive results.
Tanzongi is currently 1 point ahead of Narvamai, and Harika is also 1 point ahead over Jovakishvili Leila. And we
can actually start with Narva. She is in a very difficult position. She is playing black. So, no.
Yes, so Narva is in a must-win situation for sure, but she has been performing very impressively.
Yeah, she already struck back on a previous stage, and now she will try to repeat this. It will be extremely tough, but 10 plus 10 and already some experience. The opponent is probably slightly nervous, so there are chances as long as the game is in the progress. Now we've seen Queen's Gambit declined. It is of course not so easy to do something in this opening, but you have to.
And you know what, Mateusz? There is some other thing that is on stake of this match. That if Narva Mai wins her match against Tanzongi, she will be qualified to play in the Women's Grand Swiss in Isle of Man later this year.
I am wondering whether she's aware of that fact or not, because chess players are not particularly good at knowing rules or ways of qualifying regulations. Usually, chess players knows nothing about the rules, so it can be surprise for her, but maybe she's aware, and then the stake is even bigger, because
it's bigger,
especially in a ladies tournament, the field is very narrow, just 50 players if I am not mistaken, so it's just a very prestigious event.
Yep, and on the women's section, the other spot is already won by my compatriot, Medina Warda Aulia. She's also qualified to play in this Grand Swiss in Isle of Man later. And in the open section, the spot is currently being competed between 3 players, Sanal Vahab, Vocaturo, and Berkers.
Exactly, not everyone could make it to the Grand Swiss. I am, for example, regretting because the list which was important for that event was June, and
we have another quick draw on the first board.
Wow! No, it's not a quick. It's a quick draw. Yeah, I thought that Nijat is eliminated, but he is not. It was a draw in the first round, and Anish decided to repeat the moves, which is highly surprising. What was that? I mean, it was.
Or maybe I could be wrong, because this
No. They has just finished.
They finished, yeah.
They just finished. We see it. He draw a lot for another
because
match.
the last position is just better for Anish.
No. But look, I mean, this is theory. This is all theory. He took the pawn, and now they just repeated moves after rook g6. So. I think it was all known by both players that there is
knight b8 Abbasov is putting the pieces back, so that's not his move.
Pretty surprising, but it shows also respect for the opponent. Anish didn't try too much. He didn't get anything of the position, and here they just repeated moves. So we will see at least one blitz.
One blitz tiebreak. Yes, this is my prediction. It could be ending now in the women's section because they've been playing all decisive games. But in the open section, I'm sure we will go for the blitz tiebreak.
Another match which could finish in 2 draws is Mateusz Bluebaum Santos Vidit Gujarati, and I was facing similar structures in my match versus Donchenko. I was doing it definitely worse than Vidit because usually my opponent didn't have a pawn on a4. Here it is not an improvement for white's position, and probably Vidit is doing just fine as d5 pawn is not so weak. White still hasn't developed the bishop, and I like black's position, like you can give a check, you can come back, you can press on c-file. Black should be doing okay, but it's around equality, of course, so Vidit is probably happy, but it's probably closer to a blitz tiebreak than anything else.
Right.
Let's go to Ruslan Ponomariov, Liam Lequang.
Yeah, because
this
Liam is in a must-win situation right now. He lost his first game.
And of course, after d6, Ruslan decides to go for bishop b5, not trying anything special, just calmer game. Here we have 3 moves, but the most challenging is knight d7. No surprise, Lequang went for it. But here it's interesting because it's much easier to make a draw taking, like take, and playing something like this. With queen, you go here. Later you play c4, knight c3. It's a very, very solid position. Players with white were trying to get some edge even here, but I always thought that you can just keep it with iron hand, not allowing anything. Yeah, but he went for bishop d3. Maybe he has this strategy. I will play normally, like it is draw in the first game, and if I am able to score, I would do that. So maybe it is his idea, because he plays like it would be like he would need to win, just ambitiously go forward, and maybe that's I believe it's the best attitude.
Yeah, this looks like quite a solid option for Ruslan facing the Sicilian.
Yeah, so solid, but I mean he is not like exchanging everything
Right.
and defending worse position. He just, when he has to play e5, he goes for it. He just plays it normally, and he didn't choose any ultra sharp lines which are possible in Najdorf, like some bishop g5 stuff and giving pawns or something. And he waits until opponent goes mad, and maybe it even has materialized because it was take. And long castle here is of course a move which is extremely risky, but this is
I think he has to go for it. Yeah,
exactly. And now he wants to go with his pawns, counterattack. If the position opens on the king side, the bishop will be a monster. But we know that such positions are usually not so good. I don't know. The first okay, the pawn may be hanging, so it is also important to deal with it. I don't know what Ruslan should do, because my first intention would be something like this. But then okay, I gave a you took a pawn, and okay, you cannot. Sorry.
No, it's a discovery there.
Yeah, but here you have knight e3, which is actually pretty important. So there are some tactics, and Ruslan has to think. I think objectively, Lequang is quite happy with the position. Many pieces on the board. Position is interesting, double-edged. Really, I think maybe bishop d7 was a better choice, but we will see. Maybe Ruslan will play it very, very well.
Right. And let's quickly see what happens in the game of Wesley Serve versus Jules Mussart.
The position is also pretty interesting. White is probably doing fine, but of course king h8, f5 is kind of a plan. If it materializes, then there is some counterplay. Again, this bishop can be of a huge use. So how it happened? d4 g6. So straightforward attempt to go worse, but in order to have a game. and that's actually also very typical that the players get some offbeat positions. So it's what hippopotamus called, or how it's called, this opening?
Oh, hedgehog.
No, hedgehog is a normal structure, but this is called.
Hippopotamus.
I guess so. You never tried it with black.
I
You should.
doubt it.
You should. It's a completely stupid opening, but I played it rather versus some opponents, and once Michal Krasenkov beat me easily with black in such structures, just playing this a6, b6, d6, c6, g6, and I was a youngster, I didn't know what to do, and of course Wesley knows what to do, but now I'm in the position is complex. Yes, it is not so sure what is the next move of white, so I think Jules took the risk, but it was worth to play this opening, because Wesley couldn't play automatically all his prep what he usually does. Even some ideas, you can even play some, let's say you play, I don't know, this, I go something like this, maybe even f6, g5, knight g6, knight f4. I don't know, there are some options, there is something what can happen, what can go wrong for white.
Queen d3.
Queen d3, attacking the pawn, probably rook d8. Ah, no, sorry, you cannot.
The other rook, yeah?
That's why he went queen d3. So, but if you go with this rook, then you will never play f5. Even this pawn may be hanging, yeah? So maybe he expects knight c8, but then also maybe knight c8 is not that bad, actually. King f8 and this. But now maybe you go with knight here. Something like
that's
this.
That's a very good maneuver for the knight. Yeah, it's not currently doing anything on f3 now, so...
You even want to remove it, or not, well, it depends, because also this is the plan, maybe it is... because sometimes when f5 happens, it's useful to have a knight on g5, so let's say I play this, if you play this, I play this. If you go something like this, then I can even do something like this and mate ideas. Actually, this is very difficult to handle. Yeah, if you have this knight, so
he moved something.
Queen d3 happened, and what is the response of Jules? I think it's knight to c8, judging from the camera view, but not so sure, because rook seems to be on f8. It's knight c8. Yes.
Yes. Well, I'm sure this is going to be a long fight, because Jules will fighting it all, but the game in the women's section, Lela Javakishvili versus Harika, that's something we have to see. Look at the exchanges of the materials.
No, I love this position no matter what is happening, but it's very unbalanced, and let's calculate. Rook, pawn, and...
So, rook and bishop for the queen.
Just it.
And a pawn, and some pawns actually.
But one pawn, yeah?
Actually just one pawn, yeah.
Okay, but this pawn is worth
it's
a
worth
kingdom.
A piece, yeah. It's worth
it's
more
protected,
than a pawn, yeah.
and Harika is doing very, very well. She won the first game, she is about to win another game. It's very hard for Lela to create something. If she would have a knight here, and if she would have a pawn here, she would jump knight g5. There it would be maybe even winning for white, but she lacks those two tempis. And
because there's knight b4 coming.
Yeah, knight b4 or bishop e6 first. If you take, then it's even worse. Yeah, everything you put rook here, you play here.
Bishop f5. You can play bishop f5.
Bishop f. Okay, I wanted like something like this to protect this, and now you just play this, attack this, and you win just this position. So
or bishop a6, bishop d3. That's also
that's
possible.
even stronger. Yeah. I mean this idea. Yeah. So probably it's a matter of, roughly speaking, I don't know, 10 moves. It's very tough position.
Yeah. How did it happen? Can we briefly check the opening? So it's coming from this.
Whatever you do, queens can be declined, appears on the board. d4, what a nice move. Castle, okay. And she happily collected the queen, but but this is just a bad position, so it was just a bad reaction to this d4 move. And okay, maybe she thought it giving her, but what is this? Why she played a5? That's actually pretty surprising move.
Yeah. Maybe just wanting to put the knight on b4.
Yeah, but now after this knight f4, which happened on the board, it is completely different, because if I am able to
this
take
bishop is
this,
too strong.
then bishop here, then this, and mate. I mean, a5 was a way to slow. I mean, we see that, but she completely neglected the threat, yeah? Maybe it was even not so simple. I thought it's very simple, but that knight f4 is coming.
So rook d2, I think, is just natural. Just
Rook
go
d2, but then again.
knight f4 is still there. True.
Yeah, maybe it is much tougher than it seems, because I thought it is just a waterfall. It's just like 1-0-1, but
Pushing all the pieces.
but
or
okay,
pawns.
if engine says rook c8, I mean it's a natural move, but you are looking for something decisive.
And after knight
yeah?
f4?
Now it goes knight e5, but sorry, I mean that plan it's far from easy. Yeah, this I mean why it should actually be so good for black? It is like very I mean what? This is only obvious when you play it on the computer screen. So this can go hot in this game.
Obviously, yeah.
Bishop d7. She didn't want to give the bishop. Probably she was right. Queen b3, attacking f7 now. Wow, I think she is now in a very unpleasant position, because this looks a bit too slow. Even knight d5, winning this pawn, we already told how important it is, but it's about to disappear because the bishop is hanging.
So after a4?
That would be great to go for something like this, yeah? And it would be interesting. Okay, probably it's bad, but such positions with those two pawns are interesting. Yeah, the bishop can go somewhere like checks, I don't know. So maybe that there is something like this in her disposal. What is Narva Mai doing?
I think she's almost busted.
Narva Mai, yeah, she won't survive this position. She is on equal terms on equality in terms of material, but the c7 pawn. No, it's 2 pawns up. Sorry, I thought. I cannot calculate any longer. That's why I'm sitting here. Yeah, 2 pawns up. The pawn on c7. No, it's over. It's over. It's probably the last few moves we see Narva Mai in the tournament. She won't make it to the next round.
And she won't make it to the Grand Swiss either.
Yeah, she will regret this game from yesterday. It was so close, maybe not easy, but so close to win.
So close to win, yeah.
It is surely heartbreaking, because she really played well, and even she stroked back in a previous rapid game. So huge. I mean, she left a very good impression, but that's over. So let's go back to which game? Maybe Matthias Blübaum.
Yeah, let's take a look at that one.
We didn't see much of this, and now Vidit's position looks like a dream. It is maybe not winning, yeah, but everything looks perfectly placed. And like rooks are here, bishops here, everything is tied up, and I mean,
yeah.
But it can be only tricky because of the fact that Vidit has 3 minutes, and in that moment you want to look for something serious, yeah, because all my pieces are placed well. You can expect that there is something in the air, and you can invest too much time being disappointed that there is nothing, and then suddenly your position goes slightly worse, and you have no time and you have no position. So it's very hard to admit, okay, there is nothing. The maximum I have maybe this, but this is pretty disappointing from that position that only this you got. Yeah, that's probably holdable. That's why he is thinking, but I think it's wrong, because he will just he can go. I mean, it happened in some of his games that he was panicking at some point, misplaying some great positions, and
he even, I think, made in one. if you remember.
Yeah. Because I mean, it happened. So he should control his clock. This is not his friend when he is short on time. He's not doing it extremely well, so he should be careful because the position. But that's really the typical trap, yeah. When you want to mate, and even now he went this. Is it a good move? It is not, because what he wants to mate, and he thinks it's an ingenious move. But after that move, he has to go this. I play just this, and that's it. Yeah, I mean there is no mate. You have to take probably, and I can even take this, and suddenly
and the b7 pawn.
and you are worse, but it's all because of the fact that he was sure that he has to have something, because if he would say, okay, I normally play, he would just take and say, okay, I am slightly better, this pawn may be weak, this pawn may be weak, a lot of pieces, he can try to exchange this bishop somehow. Okay, that's probably nothing special, but he simply wanted more, and he completely forgot about this move, because if you go here, then black is doing fine. Yes, you can take a pawn, for example, but that's probably a very strong move he totally forgot about.
Yeah, queen d1 is on the board. Mateusz played queen d1.
Yeah, you cannot trick Mateusz with such a move like queen, bishop a7. He is very good in tactical tricks, and Vidit misplayed it. He blundered it, and now psychologically it will be difficult because he invested quite some time in bishop a7. He thought it's a fantastic idea, but it turned out to be stupid, and he also lost a lot of time on the clock. So even if objectively it's only slightly worse, in practical terms it's very challenging. It's very tough.
There is some imbalance position happening in the game of Ponomarev versus Lee Kwang Lim, and this might be the comeback that Lee Kwang Lim is needed.
What is this? Rook. So rook and knight for a queen. Wow. But there is some trick. There are some tricks, yeah, because I want to play knight c6, but I also want, if you play, for example, this, I can capture. You cannot capture because of a fork. So those knights can be extremely efficient, but actually such position like this, I mean, it's very hard to say what is happening, yeah.
This is such
like
a mess.
this, it looks like almost a mate, but actually I blundered the queen,
yeah.
I blundered the queen, so I mean, totally, it's something which Ruslan didn't want to have, but the position is extremely interesting, yeah, because if engine doesn't give an advantage for black, it's just ultra entertaining position, because, yeah, as you said, material imbalance. For example, now after rook f8, maybe c4 is an interesting move. He did play that. Yeah. Knight takes c4, and those knights are powerful. Now the rook d5 is a threat now, because after, or maybe it's not a threat, but okay, there are such ideas of playing it. So black has to be very careful. 2 minutes on the Vietnamese clock. He played king b8, and what is happening now? Knight can come back. Maybe this.
And
Narva Mai says goodbye.
That's the rhyme there we got. Yes, so unfortunately for Narva Mai,
I feel sorry for her, because she was really close. She played a wonderful chess, but it ended.
Yeah. So Tan Zhongyi is through to the next round alongside her compatriots Zhu Wenjun and the newly minted Grandmaster, 41st female Grandmaster, Zhu Jiner.
Only.
We will have more soon.
I am pretty sure.
Yes.
93, I don't know if it's a correct move by Ruslan. This 93 doesn't seem to be, I mean, it looks actually extremely stupid, because it's defensive move. Why not to play knight e5? And there are so many tricks, yes, here, I mean, it's so easy to blunder something. And he plays knight e3. Of course, he wants the knights to be, but even this is not so clear. You have less pieces in the attack. It is a very, very wrong decision, and now I expect this to go into the next stage. like what? Rook c. Okay, that's pretty smart. That's pretty smart. But anyway, I mean, he has to be extremely careful now.
Knight before.
Knight before. Okay, probably knight just takes c5 is fine, yeah.
I think so too.
And if rook c8, you can play whatever. Maybe you can even just come back or something. No, computer says no. Okay, knight c5 on
Knight
the board.
c5,
Rook c8
rook c8.
played instantly.
Rook
And rook c4, very strong move. It was top engine's choice. The idea is that after this you take, and it actually is close to some like unbreakable position, yeah, because knight will create a lot of defensive resources. Very, very smart idea by experienced Ukrainian player. You almost have to take on c5, and then I take on b4, and actually it's rook plus knight plus a pawn is almost equal to queen, so it's by no means worse, while those two rooks are still dangerous for black king. Yeah, I think it wasn't that smooth, but it is still extremely promising for Ruslan.
Right. Wow. But this match, it's so entertaining and instructive. Even the first game we saw
that was a masterpiece by Ruslan.
That how Ruslan exploited the fact that the bishop on d2 was a big bishop, a big pawn.
Small bishop.
Small bishop.
And a big pawn, yeah. Rook b5 offering rook trade. Is it good to take the rooks? I don't know, because after this, then we only are defending. We don't have any chances of winning, really. But on the other hand, draw is enough, so it's extremely tempting to play something like this.
And rook on c2, that's it.
Rook on, it's not yet so, because I
there
can...
is f4.
Yeah, probably
f5,
you would
f4.
prefer to keep the rook on b4, so that you control here, you attack here, but it's still, there is some way to make it. So I don't know, because rook a4, this is the alternative, and because this is definitely good for you, because the king is too exposed. Okay, you just have to be aware not to play something like this and not to get the mate in the corner, but you are not forced by no means to do that, and it happened. So queen b7 will be played, I suppose. Why not to attack the rook? No, queen b4, he attacked the other rook. And what he is dreaming about? To win this rook, yeah? It's a threat.
Yeah, the rook might be trapped. So rook d1.
Yeah, rook d1, yeah, but it is really a very smart move by Le Quang.
Yeah, king b7, rook d6.
Yeah, and then you are probably trying to give as many checks as possible, and you are close to do that. And also, if you win f7 pawn, then it's done. So very close for Ruslan Ponomaryov. Matthias Blumau is still pressing. He's slightly better. I don't know if it's important or not, but significant or not. But I think he's trying. While here,
rook b1. And rook d6.
It's not a blunder, be careful, because it looks like a blunder that you can collect this rook, but it is not a blunder, we can collect this one. So smart defense, and the position has simplified, the rook has been exchanged, and I am 100% sure it's a draw, but you have to still defend it. Maybe rook to c4, that's one option. Another option is knight to f4, so you attack the pawn. If you take the pawn, you are winning. You can also quite often even give a knight for those two pawns, put the rook on f4, and it will be just a fortress. Right. So you have a lot of resources, but it's very easy in practical game. In a classical game, you won't lose it, but in a rapid game, it is not so obvious.
King c7 is played.
You can even, I wanted to say that you can even play rook d5, but actually it wouldn't be that good because of this check. So that would be pretty dramatic. Rook c1, he decides to put the rook on c4, I believe.
That's possible.
Or even
but
rook on c2.
Yeah, rook
maybe.
c2 because rook c4, queen b1, queen takes a2.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
I
still.
don't know if it matters. But okay, probably better not to give the pawn. So maybe you start with king g2 or something. But it's not so easy. I think it could have been better for Ruslan. It's still not so
And
simple.
I think Jules Bussard resigned.
Yeah, and they drew, but
They drew?
That's the final position, which is totally hopeless. He offered a draw, and that was accepted. But it's like a resignation, of course.
Right.
So Wesley So is
Wesley
in.
So is through to the next round. Ooh, he won some rough games actually against these players, against Emre Can and now against Jules Bussard.
But maybe it's good for him because when you experience the worst in the first rounds, then you feel like unbeatable, immortal. And when you think you cannot die, you can achieve big things. Okay, this is Ruslan Ponomariov. This is still looking good for him. But of course, leg one will try. He already pushed e5. He wants to play f5. If he will be able to do so, then it gets really, really maybe not promising because it's far from promising, but it's getting better than it was just a few moments ago. So still some hopes for leg one Kliem. And what is happening in Matthias Blumbaum versus Vidit Gujarati? It is endgame which should be drawn, so we see that Vidit somehow pulled himself together, and it's still okay. Though I am still not so sure what is if it is so simple. Like king goes, maybe it is, but still b7 pawn will be
b7
is a problem. So I don't know this. If you go this, then I go this. It can go wrong at some point. Yes, and I'm pretty sure Matthias will try until the end. Let's go to Lela Javakashvili because she is now completely winning.
Yeah, this could be the comeback that she's needed to force the match into another tiebreak.
There are still some ideas for the opponent, but it's very, very hard to create serious threats. The position has developed over last moves. The pawn on b7 has disappeared. Rook is on e3. Bishop is on d1, so it was probably queen b7. No. Okay. It's already this position. d6 on the board. And Harika will probably resign just very soon. But 30 seconds on both clocks. There is a room to make a huge blunder.
Right.
Rook d3, bishop is being attacked. Bishop king c2 she went. And
still okay, right? It's
still okay, definitely okay. Because after this you can just capture the pawn. And
there's no...
And there is nothing special. So...
Just not back to d2, b1.
Rook a3.
What is that?
Trying to take this... but what she does, and this, I just go back, yeah?
Or I can just play queen b3 too.
You can, but she did not.
What's happening? There's some moves there.
Rook a3, bishop e2 was after was played, yeah? Very smart, look, that after this she plays this and she just mates. That's definitely very convincing. Rook e3. The pawn has disappeared from b2. She gave some check, but that's of course totally over because the pawns will prevail. King c1, rook e2. d7 is not the most technical move probably, but it doesn't matter. On this
and
c6.
you just keep pushing.
Yeah, you just go, and you promote. So it will be tiebreak, another tiebreak in this encounter.
So we have one tiebreak already fixed in the open section between Anish Giri versus Abbasov Nijat. And there should be another tiebreak coming from the women's section. There you go. We have a clear view. Where will the king hide?
I mean, she will.
You just keep going forward, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. You just go, and some.
King d5 and
Yeah, you go
Yeah.
closer to the opponent's rook, and it should be enough. Yeah, but I am not exactly sure if it was the smoothest way. Okay, we should probably jump to other games, like Ruslan Ponomarev is still fine, but it is not a dream scenario after winning with black to defend such a position. Yeah, you have to be aware, for example, if this is a draw, is it a draw? I don't know. I wouldn't go for that. So you should probably keep your knight. But can you take a pawn, for example? That's what Ruslan was thinking, and he went for it. What a tactical operation! Look at this. And knight f7. He's seen this tactic. He just simplified the position. You cannot take because of a check, and fantastic tactical, defensive, but very tactical thing. And now, I mean, he even gave, you see, he gave the knight in the end. That was part of his tactical operation. Because now with
Just
rook
E3,
on
rook
E3,
G3,
it's a fortress. It's a fortress. That's what the best players knows very well, when they can simplify the position, and he is not thinking twice.
He has enough time now to have a sip.
Yeah, he can have a walk now. I mean, whatever. Yeah, like, because this is the position. I mean, I don't even know if the other player will really try, because you can't do anything. I just move my rook from here to there, and that's it. Yes, and if you check me, I go somewhere. So Ruslan Ponomarev will make it through.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, but I really like what he did, that he calculated this line. It was just a very, very professional, and now it's... the funny thing is that sometimes it's, it's quite often better to have this pawn here than, for example, here, because then you can attack from behind, and here, because of the last rank, you cannot do anything. Lela wins.
Lela wins, so it's a tie break in the women's section. So we'll see the last one standing, I guess. It's Blue Bomb versus Vidit.
Yeah, Blue Bomb versus Vidit is still unclear. They already agreed that Ruslan and Lequang, so Ruslan is in, Lequang is out. Ruslan is extremely happy, and that's good for the veteran, 40 years old, while Mateusz is still trying to create some problems for Vidit, but who is actually playing for a win in this game? I am not so sure now. Seems like both sides just gambling, trying their luck.
Yeah.
Because a5 pawn can be lost also.
h3 is also looking very weak.
That's why it was that was not f4. It was probably this and f4, if I'm not mistaken. But not so sure. Yeah, this is what happened. Yeah. 50 seconds, 25 seconds, knight to c5. I think by Vidit. And what will Mateusz do? Should he go like this to collect the pawn? Probably. Then I collect this pawn, and then some pawn race. That's the fantastic situation, because engine will easily predict the result, but they both will be...
I think it happened because the knight just took the pawn on a5, and now I think we'll be seeing a pawn race.
Yeah, we see this position on the board now. Okay, it should be drawn, but I wouldn't like to be on either side. Because, of course...
It's a lot to calculate.
Yeah, it's so easy to blunder something stupid. And you should decide. You should go knight g6. He did knight g2, having the option to control the other pawn. So, okay, he decided it will be a draw, and it will really be. So we will see... two tie breaks in men's section and one in women's
section. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can update the...
because it's not automatically. Now it's automatic. And we will see the automatically update moves. Knight g3, yeah, just few moves, and they will simplify.
Yeah.
It was pretty quick.
Wow, there you go. And they shook hands. So it means the rapid tiebreak has officially ended and resulting in 2 tiebreaks in the open section and 1 tiebreak in the women's section. And the players will be playing the blitz section, that is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. So if the match is still tight, and they will go to the next blitz section, that is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. So the battle will still be continued after the break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined in the interview area by Jaime Santos Latasa from Spain, the man of the moment. He just defeated local star and World Cup winner Teimur Rajabov in the tiebreak. Jaime, I suppose you're very happy, and give me your sensations now just after defeating Teimur.
Yeah, I am very happy. During the classical games, I didn't play too well, but okay, I was too solid and I made 2 draws. And here in the first game, he blundered a pawn. Okay, I think it should be draw, but he suddenly got less than 1 minute and he blundered at the end, and he lost by flag at the end. But okay, I think he's really bad at the end.
Well, the computer said you were giving him checkmate practically.
Yeah, probably. I didn't check, but probably it looks really bad, and he is also 30 seconds very difficult position.
I noticed in the second game you went for a solid opening, and he played some sort of Dutch to try and unbalance, but things went well for you.
Well, it was a Queen's Indian, but then he played 94 and F5. Honestly, I was expecting some King's Indian or something like that, but okay, it was very interesting also what he played. Okay, I am solid. At some point, I am not sure. Maybe I am worse at some point. But okay, I think I have. I'm always in control. I think more or less.
Jaime, you've just recently won the Leon tournament, where you're from Leon, with such players such as Gelfand and other huge, strong players. And you've approached 2700. This must be a big feather in your cap to defeat Rajapov. Tomorrow is a rest day. Then you're going to play against Grandelius or Basin, whoever wins. What are you thinking already about this next encounter in the fourth round?
Well, I think it will be more or less. I think there is no favorites. Anyone can win. We are about the same rating and everything. I don't know who is going to win, if Grandelius or Amin. So I don't know whoever it comes.
Anything else you want to say to the Spanish fans? Now's the moment to say hello to your supporters.
Yes.
Say it in Spanish if you want.
No, I can. Bueno, pues me gustaría dar las gracias a toda la gente que me apoya, que me sigue cuando juego y me alegra que les guste cómo juego últimamente, que estoy jugando bien últimamente.
Jaime Santos, one of the best Spanish players, poised to play in the fourth round against Amin or Grandelius. Jaime, good luck.
Thank you.
I'm joined by Teodora Injac, who just delivered one of the main upsets, main surprise of the tournament by eliminating the actual current woman World Cup winner, Alexandra Kosteniuk. Teodora, you must be super happy after the result today. Give me your feelings and sensations at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm too excited, so I might have some troubles to speak. But yeah, the match was wild. In classical portion, I have to say that I was a bit worse, like in both of the games. So I was not really feeling well going into tiebreaks. Also, this is my first ever tiebreak in my life. So I was super stressed and yeah, I prepared a bit, rested, and as I said, I mean, I worked pretty well recently and in general before this tournament. So I know it looks like surprise, but I really had like belief in myself that I can make it. And yeah, games were pretty fine, I think, from actually from my side. I think both of the games I played pretty well, and only the first game I think I got a little bit lucky because basically whole game I played on like 30 seconds and she had maybe 10 minutes, so that was really difficult to hold, and luckily she blundered. So after that game it was really difficult to recover for her, but yeah, I'm really happy.
Kosteniuk is one of the best players in the world. She's played very well in the Grand Prix. She's the winner of the Sochi World Cup. I'm not going to ask you if you expected to defeat her, but did you expect to have more chances in the rapid if you could get through the classical games?
No, actually, I thought that if I wanted to like win somehow, I had to do it in classical because I consider myself to be like best in classical chess. Honestly, rapid and blitz I've played. I don't play much. In our country, we don't have many opportunities to play. So, and she's also played so many events on top level, yes. And when I, let's say, prepare for her, it's I really get in depression because she really plays every strong tournament in rapid blitz. So I thought like I have to do something in classical. And then when it was 1-1, I was like, okay, it's fine. Also, I had to take some advantage of her feeling probably under some pressure. Expectations are on her side. So all these things I think helped. And yeah.
So do you think as an underdog in the match on the paper, that may have actually helped you?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it helps a lot. I mean,
pressure to get away, to take a pressure away.
Of course, of course. Also, I have quite a lot of support at my home. My parents are supporting, and it really helps when I know that generally people that I care watch my games. So yeah, all of that helped. Yeah.
So now you're into the fourth round. A huge pay jump. That's also very important for everyone. But now you face Shuvalova, a young player, very strong as well. Have you played her before? Have you thought about the matchup even during the match with Kosteniuk?
Okay, I didn't think about it at all. I mean, of course, I checked briefly that she won her game against Crush, I think, and yeah, I'm familiar with her because we are, if not the same age, I think maybe 1 year difference. So we played a couple of times in youth competitions, and yeah, I'm not sure if I can recall more than one game, but it was the ones that we played, it was a draw, but it was maybe 5-6 years ago. So she improved, I hopefully improved. So yeah, it will be fun. Yeah.
Good luck and see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. And the blitz section of the tiebreak is about to start. The players will now play 5 minutes plus 3 seconds for 2 games, and if the match is still tied, they will continue to the 3 minutes plus 2 seconds blitz section. And 2 tiebreaks in the open section, 1 tiebreak in the women.
Yeah, exactly. That's the most tricky moment because now you have a huge change from, especially in the additional time. It's not 10 seconds, it's just 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
It feels completely different when you play because you just played games with a lot increment. The increment was really significant. And now, 3 seconds after such a long day, are almost nothing.
Yeah.
So it is the tricky moment. But I wanted to ask you, we have 3 matches. What are your picks for those matches? Who will win?
Oof.
Anish Giri and Injac Abbasov.
I think Giri will still prevail.
Vidit Blibaum.
That's gonna be, I think my best prediction is they're gonna go for the 3+2 blitz section.
Okay, but in the 3+2, who will win?
I would say FIDE.
You say Vidit. And Javakashvili versus Dronavali.
I think I would pick Harika. Yes.
It will be Harika. I don't know. I would agree with you, but I think that Blibaum will prevail in the match versus Vidit. That's my pick. I think that the Blibaum in a blitz can be very dangerous for Vidit. But the crucial question is how they all will adapt to the fact that it's just 5+3. Those 3 seconds is really little. And once again, we see Queen's Gambit declined in this encounter, and new approach he took on f6 instead of doing something else. So that's novelty, let's say.
Yes, and I think, well, the last game of Giri versus Abbasov before, they finished rather quickly. So maybe they had some time to come back to their room or check with their computer just to come up with something, because otherwise I don't see the point of taking a very quick draw in the second game.
Well, that's also possible that Anish wanted to rest for some reason. Sometimes you take such tactical draws because you want to do, I don't know, rest, prepare more or something. It was maybe also the path he chose. He thought maybe opponent doesn't know it, and then I have a significant plus, but it turned out that Injac knew it quite well, so there is nothing more, so he repeated moves. It is also quite typical. And now we have a knight on e4, and you have to respond the question if you can take. He took, so we will see all the exchanges. Like it looks like white is slightly better because it is better developed, but in fact it's nothing special. It also looks to be a pretty calm game, a pretty eventless actually draw, because we've seen a lot of draws like that in the history of chess, and even in this match, because in one of the games it also simplified pretty quickly. So
I have a suspicion that this is going to be just within 10 moves they would agree for another draw.
In a tiebreak you can offer draw at any stage, so maybe Abbasov will play, I don't know, king e2 and offer a draw. It depends what he wants, but this is extremely drawish position and not really fireworks. So we can jump to some other game. Let's go for Lela versus Harika. That one looks actually completely different. Everything can happen in that position. Harika must be extremely angry that she lost the previous game. I'm wondering if she was able to check the game with engine, because she was winning after the opening, but she misplayed it totally. But now she has to start working from the beginning. Position is extremely complex, and it can go either way now.
Right, and she is the only hope of the Indian chess fans in the women's section, because anyone else already got eliminated.
No, and how about Koneru Hampi?
I think Konero is true. That's right. Sorry, Konero and Harika. Yeah, they are. I was thinking about Faishali and Marian Gomez.
Yeah,
They got eliminated,
several were
unfortunately.
eliminated, but Konero. So the big guns prevailed because both are very strong players,
Yeah.
over 2,500 for a long time, and then I wouldn't be surprised if actually Konero or Harika would win the whole tournament because they are extremely strong players.
And
with-
very experienced too.
yeah. So definitely they have potential, but for Harika it's still a tough match with Lela. Lela is even more experienced, a member of Georgian team for I think
Many years.
2 decades
2
almost.
decades, yeah.
So it won't be a piece of cake. I mean, it will be just very tough match. And now King on d3, Lela looking for a diagonal. I would prefer white at this point.
Yeah, white is looking like the one who's going for a win, but G6 is on the board.
And
Bishop F5 is coming.
that is extremely irresponsible decision because your f6 square is now weak. You won't be able to do many things. It can be good, but maybe there was no reason for that. But it's a very natural decision. Yeah, you don't want to have any issues here, but it's something for something. Yeah, now this is a square, and let's say if
This
okay, maybe
castle.
even castle, short castle is also decent if you want to be safer. Yeah, this is like the very aggressive approach, but maybe even short castle is decent because if we just exchange the bishops, I believe it's very suspicious position. I have ideas with f5. I have ideas with e4. I think there is a lot what can go wrong.
She castled long.
Yeah, and that's very
Very brave.
That's the best move
Yes.
because the king will be safe here and all your attacks will be more dangerous. Now taking is out of question because you are also opening the file for the rook. So at this moment it is really tough. But why she went
Bishop
e4?
Bishop F5 E4.
Yeah, but why e4? I mean, maybe it's a good move, but I would be afraid. But computer says you are wrong, Mr. Bartel, because now queen e3, and you have to go queen e7,
And now you take on E4. Yeah?
or even here, and you do something, like whatever. Okay, h3, g4 is very
Yeah.
complex, but this is like you cannot take because this is just kind of lost, yes. So very tough position. She took bishop e4 immediately, also a decent choice. Harika is in danger. She played bishop g4. She avoided exchange. And now there is a question where to put the rook. Maybe bishop
D6?
f3 simply, rook d6. But then some tricks like, no, that's also okay. Probably. She played that. Oh, you know female players a
I
bit.
know female players too.
That is surprising. Yeah, rook d8 now should be played just to exchange the active rook, but she decided bishop g3, that's probably worse, because now hg, pawn is under attack, you have to play h5, and there should be some way to break through, I believe.
Maybe just pull the bishop back to c2 and then knight e4. Oh, no, the rook on d6 is hanging, so I cannot do that.
I also wanted to offer this move, but this is
Queen
a trick.
d6, yeah.
So that's maybe it was better to take with a queen because you attack the bishop,
Yeah.
and now
I can do what I want. Just bishop drops back, knight e4 is coming.
Yeah, hg was the move,
It's
which
so
was
natural. Just to take with the pawn is quite natural as well.
yeah, and for many moves it was the most natural, like the best move. Yeah, but here it is because of the fact that you cannot move the bishop. It is not the best move. Yes, now you have to waste
D2.
time. But now rook d8 and black is just doing fine.
Right.
Maybe even black is better now because you have a perspective of putting your
e6.
knight on d4 at
And the
some
bishop
moment.
on g4 is undisturbed because
it-
it's just so strong there.
It's a very important nuance that the d1 is not in your disposal. Bishop f3, but now okay, you can even take and play what? So I mean, even maybe queen e3. Yeah, several of the last moves went pretty wrong for Lela Javakashvili, and now it is Harika who is doing very good. Surprising thing is that Abbasov and Giri are still playing. The position is still equal, but we both thought it can be pretty
be drawn
boring
soon.
draw.
Yeah.
But they keep on playing. Now let's have a look to Sun. Okay, if we have them on the camera, we can show the position. This is something like that, but not so much happened over the last moves. It looked like draw is a matter of several moves, but of course it's a blitz. Someone may blunder at any stage, so that's why they keep on playing. And Vidit versus Blibaum. It is why it is claiming that white is completely winning. You lost a rook. You can
Bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6,
And then
bishop b5 is a threat, and if I play a6, you just lose a pawn from b7.
Oof. Yeah. So position is
Okay,
good
but
for
that
Vidit.
position didn't look that bad, but it is. It is worse, and
The pair of bishops. Yeah.
yes, many holes on dark squares, and Vidit knows how to exploit it. And now bishop d3, very nice move. He now put the bishop on d6. He is winning an exchange. It's maybe not so simple yet, but it is definitely
No,
winning.
he's not winning. an
He gave a
exchange,
pawn.
no.
He gave a pawn. But it is maybe not even easier, because if I put my bishop on d4 now, and it should be very, very difficult.
Knight f8 is on the board.
Knight f8, so you probably play
Bishop e5, bishop d4.
But bishop f5 may be a threat.
That is it.
Maybe you don't want to trade the bishops.
Also, I can play bishop a6, right? After bishop f5, and then you still have bishop d4.
Yeah, but he played knight d4 just not to give this. Bishop
Sure.
d7, maybe
Yeah.
attacking the pawn. Okay, maybe even king f2, but rook e1, let's say, if you don't want to move the king. Though I think he will go king f2, because it is pretty natural move. King f2 on the board, knight g6, and now what? Rook b1, rook b8 or something. Yeah, rook b8 on the board. I thought that Mateusz should dominate this in blitz,
And I
but
think
no.
first board is a draw then. Abbasov versus Anishgiri.
No surprise. While I see on the other board Lela is not doing very well, it's still...
She was doing very well before taking on... Yeah, she shouldn't... Oh, d7. d7.
she was winning. Oh my god, what is happening there?
Just knight f6, yes.
Okay, let's come back to that game of ladies, because how did it happen that...
It's very dynamic now.
Yeah, b6, strange move, and now instead of knight f6, which was just winning because you have to take, she went for something different, and now we have an endgame because she missed the exchange of queens. This is the endgame where probably black is doing totally fine, maybe even can overtake it.
Yeah, the pawn on d7 is busted. But okay,
but
g6, yeah, g6 pawn.
But so how you win this one? How you win this one? Like king c2?
e3, king c2, e2, king d2 takes on the d7, rook d7, king e6. That's how you win it.
I don't know what is happening.
No. Sorry. What am I doing?
You are calculating. You should not. After so many days in the office, you shouldn't calculate. Just forget about it. c5, she doesn't want to give the pawn. Rook to f6 check. And now can I go like this, this, and this?
I think you should, right?
Yeah, she repeats.
She
so
repeats
they will
king
make...
g7.
But
I don't think Harika wants to make a draw. Maybe...
She wants. After rook f6, it's triple repetition.
Yeah, but then... Oh, then white can claim it. Oh, they agreed.
Yeah, they agreed for a draw. But it was interesting to continue, because if you play king e7, I take on g6, you take on d7. There is some probably, because maybe this is crucial, like you go here and the pawn endgame is lost, yes? You have a lot of pawns, but it is of no importance. Probably it should be lost. So here after e3 you have to take the pawn, but I mean, is it anything? But this should be anything but easy, yes? Like you go here, it can go wrong. Okay, we go to Vidit and Blibaum because they are still playing.
Yep. I think we can have the whole screen on their game just to have a clear idea.
And it is still very, very promising, but queens has been exchanged. It's just one pawn up. 5 seconds on both clocks.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. Vidit should have won it earlier. Now Mateusz is fighting well, and yes, it is winning, but not so simple.
You have to try to win the c4 pawn, but yeah, again, it's not easy.
Well, maybe you can first improve the pawns on the king side to get some space. Maybe now g4 not to allow f5 to simplify. But rook b6. Oh, that's already knight d5 is there. Can you go rook? No, you could not. Rook b7 now. Tied. Bishop is tied. Okay, and now just some.
Bishop is.
Bishop h6 was there. You could have taken the pawn and knight f6 later.
Wow.
That was the winning move, probably.
That was the tactic, yeah.
There was a tactic which was just decisive. But now there is a tactic. He won a piece. He is a knight up, so he also found this. And
winning.
Is there any trick like knight d1, knight knight a2? Okay, now it's over. Now it's totally over. Rook comes back and he wins another piece. So Mateusz will shake hands now. No, he did not. He is fighting. What is this? Mateusz, you are rook down, rook.
There was one idea on knight d1, but now it's not happening. So
Mateusz, rook.
Okay.
No, joking, but it was perfect game by Vidit. Vidit played it very well from the beginning until the end. Maybe there was some moments when he could have played more precisely, but okay, this is the Blitz plus 5+3, and judging by that, we can say it was a masterpiece by Vidit.
Yeah, it was such a good game. Although he could have won it earlier, but okay, he managed to do the job well and won the first tiebreak in the Blitz section. And the players will only have 4 minutes before they start the next one.
Yeah, they will should very soon play the other match, but judging but what has happened in the first games, I am afraid that we will see 3+2. Okay, maybe not afraid. I am looking forward to this because Injac versus Anish is a very close match. They don't want to finish it.
Yep.
And they want to draw it out.
Probably until 3+2.
Until forever, if they will keep on playing so calm. And in a game of Lela and Harika, it is now a lottery. There is so much emotions in those games. The evaluation is changing constantly, and any result is possible. So
I'm sure they know that their games have been quite a roller coaster because at some point Harika was winning, at some point Lela was also winning, and then eventually they agreed to share the score.
Yeah, that is really a thrilling match, and anything can happen. The 4 minutes you have between the games, it's almost nothing. You barely can even go to the toilet, so you just sit and you think what I did in the last game, or what can I change, what was in the previous matches, should I repeat it, and do I have some new idea to surprise my opponent, should I change my strategy because it's 5+3 not 10+10.
Right.
So those are all the questions you are now having in your head, and you think what to do, because it's not so easy to decide how to continue. And in my match versus Donchenko, we were, for example, I won the game with white with Najdorf. I mean versus Najdorf. But I decided not to repeat it in Blitz. I had some other line. I thought it's better for Blitz because I thought, okay, in a must-win situation before, I thought my choice was good because maybe I wasn't better, but I wanted to have sharp position. But in Blitz, I thought, okay, I will go for something else which still has some venom, but I changed that. I thought it's better, more suitable for a shorter time control.
Right.
So here there are also thoughts like that. But for example, Anish with Ninja, they are not changing that much. They are rather repeating the lines. Maybe that's what very well prepared players do. They always trust their preparation. But in other matches, it's not always the same positions. So they are like changing. So we will see what comes to the player's mind.
Yeah. I think at some point they will change their way of playing in their game. We've seen lots of Queen's Gambit there in the match of Abbasov versus Giri. And talking about tomorrow, Mateusz, which unfortunately you won't be here with me.
Tomorrow is a free day, and I will have my flight, hopefully.
Tomorrow is a free day, a very much needed free day for me. Anyway, for the round 4, there's actually one interesting fact because Lindsay Pats brought it up. And when was the last time in the both open and women's section 2 German champions will be facing the world number 1 in each category? I mean, like for the world champion and then world number 1.
That's very good for German chess, of course. You can
because Vincent Keimer will be facing Magnus Carlsen and Elizabeth Pats will be facing Zhu Jiner.
So the German friends should do everything to create very good streams of those competitions because it is really something what can popularize chess. When totally. Anyone plays Magnus Carlsen, you should make a big show about it. And I hope it will be done, especially that Vincent is very popular in Germany. I really hope his career could develop so that chess in Germany can be on the, let's say, television or something like that, because it has full potential, especially when you have a star like Vincent.
Yeah, I hope so too. And we have a lift off. The last game of the Blitz section in the 5 minutes plus 3 seconds has just begun.
Yes, and do I see it correctly that he started with e4 first move and we see Sicilian Rouser? Is that so, or am I wrong?
It's accelerated dragon.
It's accelerated dragon. I didn't see it properly. I should improve my glasses probably. But that is something different what we've seen. And Anish, I always think that Anish is better after d4, but will it be proven by this game? I don't know. Injac has a lot of tricky lines in his repertoire. I remember preparing for him once we played, and it's not so easy to guess what he can go for. So that's kind of a risky choice for Anish because the opponent can try many different lines, lines which can be very tricky for 5+3 section. And I don't know what is the evaluation of the position now, but in dragons, that usually you are slightly worse, you are under attack. And here, black developed normally. I really enjoy black's position. Pair of bishops, those bishops are controlling the center. I would take black personally.
Wow.
Are you a Sicilian player?
I'm a Sicilian player. In fact, I played this opening as well.
So do you like black's position?
I do, yes, to be honest. I once had a game against MVL in this position, but I was black. But I didn't play this line. I played rook e8 line. But yeah, this is also another line that, of course, black can employ, and looking good, pair of bishops. But again, the a7, how are you dealing with it?
Yeah, but you want to play e5. After e5 is knight b5, so you start this move. Later you play this move. Later you are about to play this move. If the bishops are so active, it should be good. But he decided knight d7, also tricky. Knight c5 is coming. Bishop g5, quick response. Pressure on e7 is created. What will Injac do after bishop g5? He replied with knight c5. Queen goes to e3. he wants to trade the bishops. Very, very smart, because without bishops it is probably slightly better for white. That's a good plan for Anish. And I don't like what he did, because this knight is not so strong here.
Right.
Now some problems for black. The funny thing is that what he did, queen d7, so there is no funny thing. Bishop h6, let's say take, and knight e6, trying to trade the pieces, but then something like this can be very dangerous, because here you can lose in one move, e5, rook h4, and now all white pieces are centralized, plus queen is next to the black's king, so you have to be careful. And after queen d7, bishop h6, even knight f5 may be an option. Like, I don't know, you play this, maybe I have something like this queen g3, this, and takes, and I'm winning the game. So it becomes really, really tricky now after bishop h6. I think there should be a way to find something good, including, I don't know, sometimes you can play something like f6 just to take everything under control, but it looks ugly, right?
Totally. Rook
d1. A d1, also very natural move to put the rook on the same file as the opponent's queen. And there is some tactic in the air. You can feel it, that something can be there. Even knight d5 it will be unpleasant, because then you will retake with a pawn. Pawn on e7 will be hanging. Now I love white's position. I think that there was a moment for Injac to play actively, aggressively, just like you do in Dragon or Accelerated Dragon.
Knight e6.
He played it too slow, I think. Trade, and what now? Can I play knight d5? Or I don't have to hurry? Maybe not. But what happens? This. Just bishop b2 and f6 is even better. Because
and
now
king f7 even. Or g5.
Yeah, the bishop goes somewhere and you play whatever, yeah. Just this, maybe f5 later. Okay, so there is no hurry in exchanging. Bishop h6, yeah, positionally, because as we said, without bishops it should be pretty okay. Rook fc8 on the board, bishop g7, king g7. I like white's position, but probably it's not that much. Rook d4. Knight should be better in this structure. Maybe queen d2 next, maybe moving the knight, maybe c3, b4. Some perspective. What is happening in Bluebaum Vidit game? What is this? What is this? Vidit is winning after 16 moves, but what was that? It was
just a slough.
It was some very, very aggressive line by Mateusz Bluebaum. He played it all in, but he probably misplayed it, because now maybe the move order he chose was not correct, because now there is a huge threat, his king is in danger, and it is very, very tough to say which move is good. 1 minute 57 seconds.
Yep, and I think Bluebaum is in a must-win situation, so that's why
queen d2.
He tries to.
Knight f4 will be the answer. You have to play f3, and now almost any move would be good. But okay, g5 of course is a very strong move, but probably even knight e2 should be okay. You are just pawn up, and
that's pretty safe. So we'll see.
Very good chance for Vidit, but we see he takes his time because he wants to play the optimal move. He wants to finish it off. It can be a trap. Why should you? Okay, but if there is a mate, you should find it, of course. But if he won't find a mate and he will invest too much time, it can be pretty tricky. So better not to. Better to avoid. Knight f4 played, but f3 will be automatic. I mean, there is no other option. And now what
F3?
He decides, if he goes g5 to protect the knight on f4, or he take on e2, the simple solution, just enjoying better position. I think he won't take on e2. He will try to take maximum, but we'll see.
He might play g5.
Yeah, G5 is very...
Oh,
he
he took
took.
it.
I don't understand male
That takes
players,
me too.
yes. Queen C5, King H1.
And then move the bishop somewhere. Bishop C6, maybe?
Yeah, Bishop C6 is probably strong. You have to probably play A4. Can we play A6? Is it winning material? No, B4. Wow, okay, that can be missed actually.
Yeah.
That can be missed. It's a very, very tricky move. So because after that move, there is knight F5, and after this, rook FD1, and suddenly you are being lost.
Because knight C7 there.
Wow, and it's still very, very tough. But
Before he played
immediately,
before.
but immediately is not that strong. But he had seen those ideas.
So if you just unpause them?
Then you open the file,
And
yeah,
then there's
and
nothing much,
rook BC1. But that's a very tough moment for Vidit because suddenly there are
D5
some
now.
tricks. Why it? Knight is not protected now. Yeah, and after
yes,
this,
you can just take the
you
knight
can
now.
just take the knight.
Mm.
So it was.
That's
I mean,
the difference.
he missed his chance because it's very likely that the
Yeah, it's
opponent
very
would
likely
go
to happen,
A6
true.
and then white is suddenly winning after
Right.
B4. That would be heartbreaking for Vidit. But Matthias Bluebaum didn't find this concept. He went for B4 immediately, Queen D5, and there is probably nothing special, but it is still very tricky. Knight F5.
Yeah,
So
he saw this.
he saw all those motifs, but he didn't include A4, which was extremely tricky. I am wondering if Vidit would go for A6. I think he would, because it looks so tempting. It looks like you are just collecting the piece and the game is over. But now, okay, that's not sure he will take the knight also, but I think he will. Yeah, he did. Knight C7, but now just Queen to...
D6.
Well, yeah, and after knight A8, you probably just play King F6 or something.
Yeah.
You just go King F6, and there is nothing because very important square D3 for your knight. So this, you just put knight here, you just collect back, and he will find it. He has a lot of time.
Yeah, he has more than 1 minute on the clock. Yeah, he's making sure everything's
So if he
alright.
plays Queen D6 and King F6, it's time to move to some other game. Maybe we will go to Harika and Javakashvili.
But let's wait and see what.
Okay,
like,
we already
recording
have the
was
camera of Lela and Harika. And white is doing fine, but it's a surprisingly balanced position as for the match between those two fantastic players, because the match is crazy. And now H4, very ambitious attempt by Harika.
Vidit played it. Vidit played King F6.
Yeah, Vidit is a very strong player. So, knight F7, yeah, knight F7 by Lela Javakishvili. She wants her knight to go to G4 maybe at one day. It's not impossible. They traded rooks, but she has to take with a knight, okay, because if she would take with a queen, she would have lost the pawn, so she took with a knight. And this position, I think it's actually tough, because the pawn is on H5. It can be a weakness somehow, but can we win it? Like bishop F3, queen D1, and someone move the knight somewhere. Okay, not to D1 of course, but queen E7. Well,
Queen E7. I think it's slightly more convenient to play this position as white, yeah?
queen D2, queen E7. That was the moves. Yeah, totally. It's an unpleasant position for black, because with white, I believe you can move 100 moves in doing nothing special, while black, well, you can blunder something easily.
And there is a draw between
Nijat and
Nijat and
no, it's not a draw.
it looks like Nijat won.
Nijat won.
Nijat won.
What Anish has
Is it?
blundered?
Am I correct?
Yeah, it looks like Anish lost on time because the black king is on E5.
Wow, what an
But-
upset there. And that's it for Anish Giri.
Yes,
He's officially eliminated from the
that's
World Cup.
shocking. That's shocking. But why he lost it so easily? Before, what did he blunder? That after, yeah, he played before and he just got a very inferior position. Okay, we will maybe come back to that if we have time, but it's of course a huge upset and very good news for the hosts because they will have a player from
At least there's
Azerbaijan.
one player,
We
yeah,
told
in
that
the round
he
4.
was eliminated long time back, but no, Ninja Tabasov is actually in. He managed to come back in this match. He managed to beat, finally eliminate Anish Giri. Huge news for Azeri chess, huge news for Ninja Tabasov.
Yeah. Well, that was quite an upset, right? And now we are seeing the game in the women's section, and they've been drawing their matches a
Draw.
lot too. Is it not a draw?
Yeah, they agreed that draw, so we will have at least one blitz,
One
unless
blitz, 3+2.
Matthias Bluebaum wins, and he is winning. Oh my gosh, we didn't see it for a moment, and now he is victorious. So we will see.
We will have another.
Yeah, but
tiebreak
I mean,
both in men and
what our
women
friend
and
did?
open.
He played this. It should be completely win. Yes, it is completely winning. Okay, he blundered the pawn, which was for no reason, but still, I mean, it is completely winning. Okay, now it's not h3. Okay, why he? He didn't want to play this move. It looks ugly, to be honest. Yeah, but
But it's necessary.
but
perhaps.
why to give a knight? And he gave a knight on 4 seconds. You can panic. Because he thought. He missed the check or what? Maybe he missed this check, or he thought that there is no defense, but there is a defense and there is nothing.
Rook h3 is nothing, eh? Just king g1 and that's all.
Yeah, and now there is almost perpetual, but
Queen just
queen
go back
can
to
move.
g2.
What a heartbreaking loss for Vidit.
Wow.
But Matthias is an extremely strong player, very good at rapid blitz. He is a former European champion. He won the championship in last year. That's why actually how he qualified to the World Cup, winning the European Championship last year. So it's not too surprising that he is in. And that he can fight back. But Vidit, of course, he must be extremely disappointed. And I was in the same situation as he was. I won at this level the white game. And in the black game, I had my chances, but I missed them. Actually, I believe I was one move from qualification in the right moment. I didn't make it, and it was very, very hard to play the next game. It's also interesting what colors they have drawn, because if Vidit has white, I think that's a good news for him. With black, I would bet my money on Matthias, because he will be in this better psychological situation, and he will probably try to attack and maybe even win.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And the players are taking their breaks right now, and soon we will have the last section of the blitz, that is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And as Mateusz mentioned, it's very important to know or to have like the right color for this last
Vidit
game,
has white, so it's a good news for him. At least he sits next to white.
And he's also known to be always meditating before the start of the game, so maybe he's in his meditation right now. And we see in the camera as well, Harika, so focused already, playing against Leila Javakishvili. Man,
you have to somehow pull yourself together, because there is many factors. There are many factors now. For example, you are tired, first of all. When you are more tired, you are more nervous. When you are more nervous, you cannot breathe normally. So it's extremely important, if you are capable of, to calm down, to breathe, to come back with your regular breath. Because if you are nervous, then it's very tricky. And there were even some experiments players played with clocks, like watches, which were measuring their heart rate. And sometimes it's extremely high, like you would be running or something. So
let me check my heart rate. Oh, I'm actually very calm right now. It's 81 only.
But please go there, change place with Harika and play for top 16 in the world. I assure you it will be completely different. Yeah,
Of
you
course,
would be just totally totally nervous now, especially after 5 hours of tense battle. Vidit really has to just calm down now, but you cannot be also too calm. It's somewhere in between.
You have to have your adrenaline somehow rush, so that you can feel the game.
Yeah, you can't be resigned, but you can't be too over motivated. So it is really, really tricky, really tough, and there are maybe some experts of such matches, as we told. I believe maybe Peters Fiedler is, but in general it's just roulette because we have strong players with white, with black, and you can be completely winning everything up, and you still can lose because of nerves, because of time, because of tiredness, because of many other factors. And Vidit is actually playing the game number
8.
Nine in this
9,
match,
yeah.
but the previous match was 8 games, so he already played 17 games in Baku. He started in the second round, so 17 games in 6 days.
That's a lot, man.
That's a lot, and that's really something what will cost him a lot of energy. If he will make it, he will probably use the day of tomorrow very, very efficiently.
Yes, obviously. And there we see Vidit taking the white pieces and Mateusz Bluebomb taking the black pieces. And this match decides it all. Well, if they drew, then they will play another one. It's 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. No Armageddon. Just waiting for the players to emerge with one winner. And I think we will have a liftoff anytime now. Harika will be playing white pieces against Lela Javakishvili. Quite a veteran, I would say, from Georgia.
I think she's even older than I am, so I consider such players to be veterans, because I consider myself to be young veteran. And they started. Since I have the game of Harika, we can but on the camera we have those guys, and it's a Queen's Gambit declined once again. It is the opening where Vidit got his huge advantage just before, and here we have some strange opening. I don't know. Okay, it's ready, so it is also the opening quite this setup knight d7, knight b6 to stop c4 ideas. It is also very, very common view in many moments.
A4, A5. I think we can just comment directly on what's happening on the screen.
Yeah. So A4, A5 has been played, yes? A4, wait. A5, A4, bishop F5, A4, A5, castle, H6. Yeah, and there is some more move, yes? I can't see the move. Knight E5 and C6, something like this, is that? Okay, I don't know.
And we'll come back to that game.
Oh, it's improved.
There you go. On the screen, we see
E3 played by white.
Bishop E7.
Oh my god, E6.
I think it's
B3, bishop E7, knight E2 without bishop to B2.
Yeah, I think you're saving the option whether to go to A3 maybe. We'll see. Knight D7. Takes on D7. How will black take it back? She's deciding with the queen.
It was better with a knight because knight is misplayed here. But okay, now it's all about emotions.
Knight F4, castle.
White move, knight F4, castle. Usually in some such matches it's just very good to attack whatever you can, because your opponent can be scared. Bishop A3. Trade of the bishops. Oh, they will play another game. They will be happy to play another game.
I don't think this game will be a draw. I think this is going to be very decisive.
Oh my god, no, I lost all the moves by we should go to the main camera because we lost those moves, unfortunately. So this position is probably very good for black,
Yeah.
don't you think? I mean,
think
after
so
this
too.
c5, there is some pressure on the
On
c file.
C2, yeah.
It looks like Lela is happy. You can play something like c2, c3, but then it is not so obvious what is happening.
She took on c5,
but
so-
she is now clearly worse. C4, in order to simplify. But I can maybe take, and later, maybe it's a good one. Maybe nothing. But a4 can be weak in some end games. So, like, even if we take on c4, or rook b8, rook b4, or even rook to b2, I think black is doing very nice. In a practical terms, you can easily lose it with white, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, an extra pawn, so she's doing...
Yeah, just take the pawn, bishop b7, rook b8, bishop b2. I mean, bishop b7, rook b8, bishop somewhere, rook b2. You have activity, you have pressure, and there is no b1 square for the rook. It's extremely promising for black.
Right. Wow.
Yeah,
And
we have
bishop
this
goes back to
position
G2.
actually now. Why not rook b2, Lela? That was, I think, wrong. But okay, anyway, you can trade and play rook d2 or something, but it...
You have to cover the second rank, yeah?
Yeah, but it was much better to play rook b2 first, because after queen c1 you would have rook c2 and your pressure would be more significant. Still, it is quite important. Even rook b4 you can play, and then the rook takes c4, but I don't know. Bishop c2 she wants, but then bishop... maybe it's not that much, actually. But okay, bishop c2, bishop f1.
Or now actually double the rook on the c file.
Yeah,
so
you can do that. Maybe she will do that.
Or bishop c2, yeah, bishop c2, nice too. Bishop c2 and then double the rook.
Harika is much lower on time. We don't see it on the camera, but she is down to... yeah, her clock is worse. Okay, I believe, because I am also not sure if it updates. It would be great to see her clock, but we can't do that. Yeah, did she offer a draw or what? That the other player is thinking. That would be pretty shocking to offer a draw in that moment, but it seems so. What? How can you agree a draw in that position? That is...
Wow.
But
No, they have their nerves taking within them, I guess. So
no, but that's...
it's too much pressure.
Yeah, but... Okay,
know.
let's go to another game, because at this level emotions are really crucial. And what is happening now? Mateusz played knight to g8, the last move. h4, knight goes to c6 to exchange this monster from d4. White is significantly better, but is it enough to make a qualification? I don't know.
Probably put the king on d2 and switch all the rooks to the king side.
He will try. He will definitely try. Rook h1 immediately, so that after knight here, he goes knight here, probably to f4. He didn't want to occupy the e2 square,
Right.
to have this option of avoiding exchanges. And now, will he play g5, h5? Yeah, knight c6, knight e2 immediately avoiding exchanges. Now knight f4 coming. There is not so much, but okay, you can play rook d2, for example, just to play something quick 48 seconds white, 37 seconds black, knight to f4, threatening to take, but maybe not immediately. Bishop e6. And now what Vidit will do? He can play it. Usually very good blitz players, in such moments they are playing just moves without huge significance,
G5.
but just quickly. I don't know, g5 is a good move or it's not. Probably it's nothing special because you didn't get so much. Exchange of the rooks, simplifying the position. Can we do something like e4 now? The engine says it's huge, and after this you just take, and this endgame is probably won for white. But will Vidit understand that? I think he will. He will go e4.
He only has 24 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, he will go e4. I bet my money.
Yes.
Winner. Yeah, he takes, and now it's
Takes on
probably
E6,
important to include taking on e6. And this is technically winning position. There are way too many weaknesses. e6, b7, g6, 3 weaknesses. It's just too much. But it's still very tough to win it. Rook d6, rook b6 probably is very, very strong. And Mateusz is on the ropes. I think it's impossible to hold it anyhow. I mean,
and then you just improve your king and also improve your pawns A and B.
Exactly, because after knight c6 it's not impossible. I can immediately take, because pawn endgame is definitely out of question. He played knight to d5,
but you can just take it and then rook f6 or something.
Yeah, he
or even
did.
king
So
e3, king e3, king e3 is the move.
yeah,
yes.
because your rook is dominant. It is actually attacking everything, and it should be enough. After that, you just play king f4, and you collect the pawns. So Vidit is definitely is winning. But what Mateusz will come up with? Rook c2 to take the pawn from.
But you could just take the pawn.
Yeah, but
first. It's a check.
Yeah, but why to do that? This pawn doesn't run away. He didn't want.
It
this
was almost 1 second there, but Mateusz
king
was down
f4
to 2 seconds. And
activated the king, and now maybe we can watch it on a bigger camera, because no way we would catch the moves. But it's completely winning now, because you will give a rook for the pawn in an exact moment. Now he can play b5. He did so, and it's just like king f4 now, or
no, just keep it there.
Why he played that
and
move?
Then now you can.
I think it was useless. Yeah, it was totally. And now he has to be careful, because after rook d5, no, it doesn't happen. But yeah, king f5, 2 seconds. I mean, be quick, Vidit. Why you do that? I mean, push your pawn. He doesn't make it any easier.
He has to play f4 too, yeah?
Yeah, but he could have played it. Now, I mean, g6?
G7. Why not?
Yeah, he has to. What a narrow escape by Mateusz Bluebaum. What is this? But now, this is fantastic. Why he put king on d2? Now it's probably winning once again for white.
And Mateusz has to be quick.
Yeah.
He was
it is winning. It is winning. What a finish. Yeah, now it's very simple, but it was probably a draw. If only he wouldn't put his king on.
A draw, and now he's just losing.
Yeah,
yes.
he put king on the only square he shouldn't play.
That's so heartbreaking. He managed to find almost the narrow escape, but not the right continuation.
Yeah, but what Vidit did on this nervous situation, he just should push the pawn, and that was it. And he played it.
And king e3, and they shook hands. And
what a drama! What a drama!
The victorious tiebreak for Vidit. And India will have another.
But that was fantastic trap by Mateusz, that he managed to find this rook f6, rook f3, rook h3. That was fantastic concept, but in the end Vidit found another trap, and king d2 was a very, very bad move, which allowed black to stay in the match, which allowed white to win the game.
Yes, I totally agree. Wow, what a finish. And again, no Armageddon, but still the excitement is very high too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I am in favor of this current change. There were some discussions. Some people believe it's not fair that you have white game, and because if you draw white, you have actually probably some advantage. Yes, in Armageddon, at least the black player has this extra draw. I don't know whether Armageddon is better, but on the other hand, maybe it's better, and it was the part of White Cup some years back. You just play matches, two games until the winner of those two mini matches with 3+2. I don't know whether it's better or not, but you feel like, okay, where is my white game? Yeah, when you go to black, like Mateusz now, or like me in the previous round, you lost a game, you are ready to play, but there is nothing more. Yeah. So it's a questionable thing, but okay, every system has its weaknesses. We as a commentators are happy that there are no mini matches because it could last forever. Also for players, it would be probably more tiring. But even those single games can last quite some time if Lela and Harika would decide to make draws all the time, like now.
It is possible because the current record of the longest tiebreaks is still in the first round. It was between Sulaimanli Aydin versus Xu Yinglun. They played 10 games, and this is actually the 10th game of the match between Harika versus Javakishvili. So we'll see if this match ended with another draw, then they will play their 11th game. So Lela is taking white pieces and Harika is taking black.
Yeah, she was getting, Lela, very promising positions with white all the time we've seen in the match. Okay, in one she was lost, but quickly it was very good for her. In a previous game she got a very promising chances. Well, I will see if Harika will play something different. And also, like the previous game showed that there is a lot of tension because it's extremely surprising that Lela didn't want to continue. It was like risk-free
for Harika. Exactly, risk-free for Lela. But yeah, well,
probably a draw, but in the end, maybe it is like
it's worth a try.
Exactly, it can be by force some rook plus 5 pawns versus rook 4 or something like that. I think she should have tried because if you are not qualified, then you regret why you didn't play on. You cannot lose. You should use your chances, even if it's equal material and you are slightly better. But we don't know what was the clock. Maybe she had 2 seconds and she was too nervous. It's not impossible. We don't have a camera on the clock, and maybe not. Maybe the clocks we see are not always correct, but. Still, a surprising decision by Lela. You should probably keep on playing. Oh, now we have the clocks. Thank you.
That's nice. So we now have our clear view, and we have a lift off. Yes, and first move has just been
G6. Ooh, that's.
You commented on this G6 like an early inferior opening for black.
Yeah, but maybe she wasn't too happy with the positions in classical openings, so she decided to go for this. If I remember correctly, she was playing King's Indian somewhere before.
But now it's just modern defense.
No, yeah, it's a modern, but probably she has some experience with that. And in Blitz, it's very important to follow your instincts. If you are familiar with those structures, why not? If Lela is purely a d4 player, maybe she won't feel very well in this kind of positions. Quite often, for example, young Krzysztof Duda was trying to play with Anish Giri such openings, and well, in fact, Anish was quite often not doing very well versus Pierce or Modern. He was not very happy with those untypical positions. So maybe it is a smart choice, and actually, the thing you should do if you weren't satisfied with the previous encounters and your positions after the opening stage.
Right.
E5 typical now, d5 or d5, I don't know what she would decide on. It seems wrong to go d5 now somehow with bishop on h4, so maybe just de, queen c2, and slightly better for position for white. But after d5 also knight e5 can be a move.
Yeah, knight e2, solid approach there, not too committing to anything yet. And probably queen e2 is coming, rook goes to E1 and D1 maybe.
Yeah, but black can even play. She played this, but I thought G5 was interesting and ED-CD knight H5. But this is with the idea of taking on E5. Okay, so she finally took DE5 or knight E5. Knight E5. What Lela is doing wrong is that she plays extremely slow. After 10 moves, she is 1 minute down on the clock. That is definitely not helping. But the good thing is that she plays logically, so it's quite okay. But now, of course, black is not unhappy with that position. Knight goes to F4, which offers some pressure. There is nothing special, but you have to be aware. And probably black is maybe even slightly better now. Like, I don't know, queen c6, bishop c6, g5, rook d8, some initiative over the d file. Black can be quicker in this fight for the only open file.
Yeah.
So maybe you can even start with g5 and then as quick as possible to put the rook on d file. Harika decided to play it slowly, but I don't think it's a correct approach. Knight c4, knight e3, queen somewhere. A4 also decent move. You should be pretty quick here, I suppose.
I think so too.
130. What Harika will do? Maybe bishop a6 to exchange the bishop from f1 so that there is maybe more danger around the white king, but on the other hand, you don't want to exchange those bishops, light square bishops, so easily. So maybe even queen e6, bishop f6 is the idea, because bishop from g7 is pretty stupid. But I don't know. If you know how to handle those positions, you are always able to find a plan like g5, h5, something. I don't know.
And now after queen e6?
Queen e6, knight e3 will be there. And the problem is that without...
Queen c6.
But the problem is that without light square bishop, you don't really want to play g5, as the square of f5 is very weak. Why she didn't want to trade the bishops?
I think just because the bishop is, I don't know, defending g2 or something.
Okay, maybe you can keep it. Why not? But the clock is equal now, so Harika also doesn't know what to do. This is tricky, because if you move rook from a8, your bishop on a6 can be hanging. You have to be aware of knight takes e5. Maybe it's not good, but you just can't forget about those tricks. She will go rook fd8. Yeah, not to have those tactical problems. Rook ad1, and now I would take white. I think white is slightly better. The plan of knight e3, knight d5 can be there. The clock is in favor of white, so Harika must be quicker. King g7, solid approach, consolidation. This is this tricky moment that a few games back you could spend your time like that, because your clock was adding 10 seconds, and later 3 seconds. Now it's only 2 seconds.
2 seconds, and both have 1 minute each.
It's very easy to lose on time in this situation, because you don't feel a danger. You don't feel how quick the clock is. It was much slower.
Right.
Knight to e6. I don't know what she wants. What might her plan be? Queen to
put
f.
the knight to c5, maybe?
I wouldn't be surprised if there would be a draw offer from one of the players now.
Yeah, this looks quite symmetrical.
But simply just to continue the show. Because obviously in Blitz you should just keep on playing if you have a plan. But now Lela is doing horrible thing, because she loses all her time. And that can be tricky. Knight c5, very good move. Knight a4, knight b3.
Yeah.
All those motives are there. You can easily panic.
Oh, Lela, I think it's missing it.
But okay, after knight a4, maybe knight a.
No, you can take on c4 first, and then knight a4. But Harika didn't take it.
Okay.
You can take on.
Is this tactic there? I think it is. I think you are totally right.
Just bishop c4, and then knight takes a4, and you have a pawn up there. No, she didn't do it. The
Yeah.
nerves, the nerves. It's totally the nerves.
Exactly.
Okay, but after bishop e6, she might try to change something there. Oh, queen d6, trying to take a control over the d file.
Yeah, this is also very difficult to take some decisions. She wants to, instead of tactics, she wants to exchange dark square bishop so that her pieces will be maybe slightly better. But bishop d5, you can also lose this bishop, like bishop d7, knight c4, c6, so you have to be careful. Bishop g5 according to the plan. But okay, white is quite okay. White is not disappointed. Bishop, they really wants to make another draw. Before, is there a move like that? Maybe there was a move like
No, I don't think Harika is in that direction actually.
knight f4. There was a
Oh,
knight f4
okay.
move, very
But-
tricky. You could be trapped somehow.
But after knight e3, there was almost nothing. After
There
knight
was nothing, but I would jump there anyway.
Queen a3. Ooh, playing with fire there.
Oh, check.
There
She
is check
choo-
with
check,
c3,
check,
right?
and yeah.
And she's
She
there's
won
the-
that pawn in that way. Okay, now
Okay.
it should be lost for.
should be
But
winning
pawn
for
on
Harika.
e5 is hanging. Be careful. You cannot play f6. You
h5. Sorry, h4 probably. Oh no, e5 is hanging. So
what? No. She just gave the pawn.
I think she just touched the queen.
Yeah,
you
but
know.
now knight c5 is strong. She's seen it. She foresee it, and now she will be winning because the a pawn will decide. One second.
One second. Oh my gosh.
What is
There
this?
was 1 second left.
Okay, it can be. It's not decided. 5 seconds now. 7 seconds. She speeded up, and
King is c5. Yeah.
no. It's not decided yet. You will see. I mean, there will be pawn race, knight d3 or something.
You don't have to take it.
Yeah, she did. And h4, h pawn can be pretty quick now. h4. Why you go there? h4, g4, and it's like
This is
counterplay.
even stressful for the commentators.
It's not. G4. Let's go.
Whoa, there might be a breakthrough on the h. Oh, this is.
F6, very
F6.
strong move by Harika. But is it so simple? Like the pawn is already on h7. Can I come with my knight? Don't do that. I mean, why you go? Okay, g2 is strong.
Oh, she didn't think that
Yeah.
the pawn was able to be caught.
Harika Dronavali will make it through.
She will.
It's over.
She will. It's
over.
over. Lena
What
completely
a-
forgot that her knight cannot really guard the promotion square.
What
That
a
is
game.
Another dramatic finish there in the women's section. I should see a doctor soon because yesterday you see what happened between the game of Zhu Jiner versus Fatalieva, and now we have another finish like this between Lela Javakishvili versus Harika Dronavali, and Harika just prevails and through to the next round.
Very exciting match. Both players fought their very best. There were very interesting moments, but probably Harika had more chances. In fact, she
Yeah,
was.
I think so too.
She
In the
was
previous games,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. But okay, Lela will also regret some moments. She will definitely regret the previous game when she agreed at a draw in a risk-free position. She should have continued.
Right.
No matter if she had 10 seconds, 15 seconds, or 1 second, she should have been playing. Because later, you just regret, and that's it.
That's it. Yes, and soon we will see the tournament table of the open section on the screen to summarize what happened today. Yes. So, in the open section, Fabiano Caruana managed to win both games against Yilmaz Mustafa and is through to the next round and is going to face Ray Robson. And Ian Nepomniachtchi, a rating favorite, also through to the next round, beating the local player, Mamedov Rauf. Anish Giri was defeated by an Azeri, Abbasov Nijat. This is one of the upsets of this round of the tiebreak. Wesley So, another rating favorite, managed to go to the next round, beating Mozart Jules from France. Timur Rajabov unfortunately had to bow to Jaime Santos Latasa. This is also another upset. And Bardia Daneshvar, actually the favorite in the tiebreaks, unfortunately lost to Salem Saleh, a very solid player from United Arab Emirates. Etienne Bakro that is also a semi-veteran there, beating Yu Yang and is through to the next round. Jan-Christoph Duda, the reigning World Cup champion from 2021, won his game against Shaparinov. And we've seen lots of veterans here winning their matches against the youngsters. Vasil Ivanchuk won against Wei, and Radoslav
Wojtaszek
beating Ivan Shitko. Yes. Wow. Many.
Also,
many
Ruslan Ponomaryov
interesting
winning
turnouts.
with
Yeah.
like Wang Liam. So
Exactly.
many
Former
great
world champion Ponomaryov. Yes. And in the women's, we see a huge upset there. The Serbian Teodora Injac beating Alexander Kostyuk 2-0. Dan Zhongyi going to the next round alongside her Chinese competitor Ju Wenjun and Zhu Jiner, who won 2-0 against Julia Osmak. And the game we just saw just now, Harika Dronafali finally won her 10th game against Lela Javakishvili and managed to go to the next round. There you go. What a dramatic finish again at the office today. And I can't wait to have my free day tomorrow. But stay tuned always, because in the round 4, we will see a lot of interesting battles between these top players, both in the open and women's section. Mateusz, it is really an honor to be commentating with you. Thank you so much for your useful insights.
It was a pleasure to be here. I am very happy that I could enjoy the World Cup in 2 rows for the first time in my life as a player and as a commentator. And I hope you will survive this long dramatic tournament.
It's just beginning for me.
It is just beginning for you. It's just the end for me. But definitely it's a tournament which is extremely worth to watch. And we've seen a lot of dramatic things, but surely much more is about to come.
Indeed, yes, and I cannot wait to see more battles to come. So stay tuned always, and we will be back on August 9th at 3 p.m. local time, Baku, Azerbaijan. So see you then.
Goodbye.